What if Bella's mate was a wolf, not a vampire? So let's get started. Bella was so depressed over Edward breaking up with her and leaving town with his entire family. The people she considered her family, that she needed to leave Forks as well. The realization had come after a couple of months of what she had called her zombie phase, because she had acted more like a zombie than anything else. Her cousin Scott had emailed her, asking for news, worried that she hadn't given any in 2 months. It was a very long time for them since they usually wrote to each other at least once a week. After answering her cousin quickly, Bella had completely woken up and realized that she couldn't get better if she stayed there any longer, constantly reminded of the time she had spent with him. She couldn't keep on waiting for Edward to come back, she needed to move on, to force herself to move on. She didn't want to go back to living with her mother though. She was afraid that it would make her jump right back into old habits of taking care of her light-headed mother and it wouldn't help her get better, so she asked her aunt if she could come live with her in Beacon Hills, in California. It would definitely be a nice change from Forks. Instead of rain and cold all the time, she'd have sun and heat. She'd spend time with her cousin and she just knew, deep down, that it was what she needed to get better. She could feel, deep inside her, that it would help her heal. "Are you sure that your Aunt Melissa is okay with this?" her father asked her when Bella started packing. "Yes, I called her. We talked. She said that it wouldn't be a problem at all. She's even happy. I'll keep an eye on Scott and she'll be able to take on more hours at the hospital." Bella replied. Of course Charlie hadn't objected. Bella going to live with her aunt was better than her going to live with her mother. He didn't like to speak badly of his ex-wife but he knew that Bella had never really experienced what usual children did because she had to care for her mother. Melissa McCall was Bella's aunt on her mother's side and had divorced her FBI agent of a husband, who drank too much, a few months ago. Though she was Renee's sister, she got along better with Charlie, who had been her friend before he met and married Renee. She was very different from her sister. Melissa was responsible, hard-working and a complete mom. Her son didn't have to raise her and she loved Bella dearly. Sometimes, Bella wondered if Melissa and her father would have been better suited for each other. If they had married each other, would they still be happily married now or wouldn't it have worked either? "Very well then, but keep in touch, okay kiddo?" Charlie asked of her before he left her alone to pack her bags. A week later, Bella was already in Beacon Hills, settling in their guest bedroom and catching up with her beloved younger cousin Scott. Though they didn't see each other often, Bella and Scott were very close. Like siblings more than cousins. They had corresponded from the time Scott could write, and before that it was by phone. "So, why did you want to leave so badly? As it really because of a boyfriend breaking up with you? Mom just said that it was a bad breakup." He asked her as he tried to help her unpack. Edward wasn't normal, he was special. Bella told him. "Special? You don't mean sniffing the glue special, do you?" He asked her, half serious but trying to put some humor into the conversation. "Can you keep a secret?" she asked him. She had never kept a secret from him yet. And she didn't want to start now, especially if she was living with him. "Sure, I can tell Styles, right?" Scott asked her, making her chuckle. "Yes, you can tell Styles, but he has to keep the secret too." "Okay." Scott nodded. Edward was a vampire. Bella told him before she told him their short story and how it had changed her. She told him how she met Edward, how he saved Ed her life twice and how she found out what he was after hearing the natives' legends. She even told him of the incident that happened in Phoenix. He listened closely and believed her very easily. Bella and Scott had always been very close and the young woman already felt better with him present. She felt like she could tell him anything, and she did. The two of them didn't have any secrets for each other's. "Mom's happy that you're here, now she can take up more hours at the hospital," Scott told Bella while he showed her around town. "Well, I'm happy to be here as well, and I don't mind playing babysitter for my cousin and his best friend." She smiled. Of course she was already looking for a job for herself. A few hours a week to help her save some money. She wanted to be able to buy whatever she needed, even though her father and her mother did send her some money every week. "Oh look, here, the veterinarian clinic. That's where I work a few hours a day during school breaks," he said as they drove past the animal clinic. "That's great. Why don't you work there after school as well?" Bella asked him. "Because I'm too young for now, but soon I like working for Deepening, he's nice," Scott assured her. The next few weeks and months went by quickly and perfectly for Bella. She studied hard and even though she didn't make many friends, she was still very happy with her new life. He had found a little job in the town's bookstore. She loved it. She worked there all day Saturday and a few hours after school during the week. It wasn't much, but it helped her get a bit of money of her own. She had also found a few tutoring jobs here and there, helping others with their schoolwork. She put the money aside, as much as possible. It would help her pay for college next year, if she managed to make a decision on which one she wanted to go to. When looking at college, she had realized that she looked at crowded area colleges and that, deep down, she was looking for colleges in places she'd be able to cross Cullens. So she had decided to stop lunking until she was over them completely. Bella grew even closer to her cousin Scott and his best friend, who was like a brother to Scott, Styles. Over time, she came to consider Styles a brother, and she knew that he loved her like a sister as well. Even his father, the sheriff, had grown to care for Bella like a niece. She suspected him of being in touch with her father and of keeping him informed of things secretly, because once or twice, her father had mentioned things she hadn't had the time to tell her. It couldn't have been her Aunt Melissa, because she was working at the time and they had happened at Stilinski's house. She was often seen with Scott and Styles, reading quietly while they goofed around. Thankfully, she nagged to get them to concentrate on their schoolwork once in a while and to keep their grades up. The sheriff liked Bella and he loved the fact that she watched over Scott and Styles, his son, because they were more focused. He had seen a change in his son's schoolwork, and so he had offered Bella to pay her a bit for the time she spent watching the boys. She had tried to refuse, but he had insisted. In the end, she had negotiated, jokingly, a couple of free pass in case she was caught speeding. He had agreed, knowing she wouldn't have accepted the money. He also paid for dinner whenever they hung out at his place and she helped them do their schoolwork there. Spring break had started and Bella had been asked by her boss at the bookstore to deliver some books to a room in the long-term care unit of the hospital. She had never been there yet and she was a bit lost, so she asked for directions at the nurse's station. "Hi, excuse me, I'm supposed to deliver these books to the room of a Peter Hale. His niece, a Laura Hale, ordered them via phone and asked that it be delivered in Peter Hale's room as soon as possible so that someone can read them to him." Bella asked a nurse behind a desk. The nurse was pretty young. She had red hair and was the same size as Bella. How sweet of her. The poor man just got out of a coma after his house burned to the ground, killing most of his family in the process, and he's in a catatonic state now. We don't know if he'll ever truly wake up. He gets very few visitors, just Laura and Derek Hale, his niece and nephew, and I don't think they're in town all the time. They come once a month each or so, probably because of the bad memories. Anyway, you'll find him down the hall, turn right, then it's the fourth door on the left. I think he has a visitor now. I saw Laura Hale walk by earlier. The nurse replied with a smile. Bella smiled back and followed the directions she had been given. Deep down, she frowned a bit. Should the nurse really have told her everything like this? Wasn't it private? Wasn't this some sort of violation of privacy? Bella followed the directions she had been given and found the right room. The door was opened and a young brown-haired woman was there. Kneeling in front of a man with a burnt face, staring into nothing, not reacting. Bella knocked on the door but had the impression that the woman knew she was there before she even spoke. "Hi, I'm here to deliver the books that were ordered for him," Bella declared with a smile, showing the package. "Oh, thank you, that was quick, I'm the one who ordered them. Laura Hale." The woman smiled warmly at Bella, shaking her hand. "Bella Swan, I'm new in town. We usually don't deliver, but the shop closed earlier today. I had the time and the boss said it was important." Bella smiled, handing the books to the woman. "That's kind of you. I'm hoping reading to my uncle will help him wake up truly." Laura Hale explained. "He's your uncle, really?" Bella asked. In truth, the man didn't look much older than Laura. "I know, he's only 3 years older than me. Mom was older. Anyway, I think I'll start by reading him this one. My brother Derek will come over and read to him as well once in a while. We can't come as often as we'd like, we live away from town now separately," Laura replied, grabbing one of the 6 books that Bella had brought. "Well, if you ever need another delivery, don't hesitate to ask, I'll happily do it. I hope your uncle will get better. And if you can't come and the nurses can't read to him, I'll happily try to find time to come and read to him once in a while if you want. I can leave you my phone number in case you need it." Bella replied, feeling the need to help this poor man and his family. "That's nice of you, but are you sure you'd have the time? You probably have better things to do," Laura replied, happily surprised. "Like I said, I moved here in October and I never really took the time to bond with the other seniors. I mostly study, work or hang out with my younger cousin. Bella felt like this young woman could be a friend eventually, if they both tried. Moved from where? Forks, Washington State. My father lives there but I moved here with my aunt. Bad breakup, I needed to go away in order to move on. I wasn't as bad as your uncle, but let's just say that my father called me a zombie for a reason. I needed to move on and I kind of like this town. I feel at home here. Bella replied, trying not to say too much, even though she felt at ease with Laura. Well, I can't come here as often as I'd like. Neither can my brother and there's nobody else. Everyone else in our family died in the fire that put him here. If you can really come once in a while, talk to him or read to him, it would be really nice. I can pay you. Don't frown, I can afford it and you seem like a nice person. I'd feel better knowing you were here with him once in a while. Laura replied, I'm still not sure about my plans for next year. But I probably won't be around, Bella warned Laura. It's okay, even a few months might help. Thank you, really. Laura seemed really happy for Bella's offer to come over and read to Peter. Laura had guessed, from Bella's frown, that she wouldn't like being paid to read to someone, but Laura insisted and Bella ended up giving her cell phone number and address to Laura so she could tell her when to come over. I'll warn Derek as well so that he doesn't get suspicious if he comes when you're here. Since the fire we have a hard time trusting people, Laura frowned. It's understandable. The nurse told me a bit about it, that kind of thing has to be traumatic. Bella nodded, especially since they haven't caught the culprit. Laura nodded, by the look on the young woman's face. Bella guessed that she had her suspicions of the culprit's real name. Well, I should go and leave you. I hope your uncle will feel better soon. Don't hesitate to call me or text me to tell me when I should come to read to him. Bella declared before they said goodbye and she walked out, feeling bad for this man and his family but happy to be able to help, even if she only came 1 hour a week. Bella felt like she could really form a friendship with Laura Hale. She remembered reading Anne of Green Gable once and she had never really believed in the kind of friendship bonds Anne spoke of and had with Diana in the book. But she knew that this was it. Laura and her could be true friends if they tried. After that, Bella went to pick up Scott at the animal clinic. She usually just parked Ed outside and waited for him to come to her before taking him back home for some dinner, but this time she was a bit early, so she came inside to wait for him. Scott, I'm here, Bella called out. You're early, Bella, I'll be done in about 15 minutes. Scott called back, take your time, I'm fine. She smiled. A tall black man came to meet her with a smile. You must be the famous Bella. Scott speaks a lot about you. With the way he speaks about you, I almost expected some sort of white horse or at least a cape. The doctor welcomed her with an amused smile. It's nice to finally meet you, Dr. Deeton. Scott speaks highly of you as well. Bella nodded, shaking his hand and blushing at his hero comment. Very interesting scar, the doctor said, looking at James's bite on her wrist. It's nothing, she blushed, hiding her wrist quickly with her sleeve. She couldn't tell him that it was just a dog bite. The man was a professional doctor, he would have spotted her lie. She was sure that he could tell a bite from a man's jaw from one of an animal, or else he'd be a terrible veterinarian. Hell, she could probably tell what race of dog caused which bite. I know what caused it, he told her, making her look at him. You do? She asked him incredulously. A vampire. I'm a druid, that's how I know. He nodded. He was now speaking in a near whisper so that Scott wouldn't hear her. A druid, really? I didn't know they were real too. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. She shook her head. We are real, yes, though most of us tend to hide who we are. There's something special about you though, and it has nothing to do with this bite mark, Deeton replied thoughtfully. Edward, my ex, he was a vampire and he could read people's mind. He couldn't read mine though, she told the doctor, not knowing why but feeling like it was all right to trust him. May I? He asked, asking silently for her hand, and she nodded. Of course. She let him take her hands. For a few long seconds, Deeton looked into her hands, concentrating on something until he looked up to her again. I should have felt it sooner. It's been so long since I used my powers. I've been trying to deny them for so long that I didn't even detect yours. He shook his head. Mine? What do you mean? She asked him. You're a druid as well, Bella, and a very powerful one at that. Given your age and the potential you already have, with some training you'd be one of the greatest druids alive. He assured her. I'm a druid, she asked him, and he nodded. If you want, I can teach you, tell you everything you can do, help you learn more about the supernatural. Being what you are, what I am, we often tend to attract other supernatural beings without realizing it. It's our duty to help maintain the balance in the world. He offered. It would be nice to be trained and know what I can do, learn more of this world. Do you think I could hold my own against a vampire? She asked him. Of course, with the proper training, you've definitely got the potential. Why? He nodded. This bite is from a nomad named James. He was killed right after he attacked me, by my ex and his brothers, but his mate is still out there. I want to be able to protect myself if she decides to come after me. She looks like the revenge type and I don't think I can really count on my ex and his family to clean their own mess. Bella explained. Then I will teach you everything I can and tell you where you can go to learn more. I have a contact in New York that would be able to help you learn to fight in hand-to-hand combat and to shoot an arrow, a gun, or sword fight. He explained. That might be too dangerous considering how klutzy I am. She chuckled. I used to be too, when I was younger, before I learned how to control my powers. So was my little sister. You see, our job is to maintain the balance of nature, of the world. Most druids have a problem with their own balance until they practice their powers because without their magic, they're not balanced. He tried to explain. Okay, then how do we do this? She asked him. What does Scott know? He knows everything I knew before today. I tell him everything. I will also tell him about this. She assured him. Then why don't you come tomorrow with him? He'll do his job, clean and reorganize everything while I'll try to teach you what I can. I'll have a few books ready for you as well. Scott says that you love to read and that you go through books faster than he goes through shirts. He suggested, finishing with an amused smile, and Bella nodded. She'd have to cut back her working hours at the bookstore. But she'd do it. This was more important. So, you're a druid? That's cool, Scott exclaimed, surprising them both as he appeared behind the veterinarian. Of course you were listening. Bella shook her head with an amused smile on her face. Oh come on, you can't be that surprised by this. You're the one who told me that being quiet was the best way to eavesdrop and learn things you're not supposed to know. And Styles is my best friend. Styles. He chuckled, insisting on his best friend's name as if it explained everything. Don't worry, Dr. Deeton, he'll keep your secret. Bella assured the man. I know. And you can call me Alan, or simply Deeton, like everyone else does. The doctor told her before she left with Scott. What do you say we get some pizzas to celebrate this? He asked her as soon as they were in the car. Sure, why not? She nodded. On the way out, she called her boss and explained that she had to cut back her working hours because she was needed at home. And her boss, who was very understanding, agreed easily. She'd only work on Saturdays now. Over the next few months, Bella spent a lot of time with Deeton. Whenever she wasn't at school, working or studying for her graduation, she was reading a book about the supernatural world or learning about it with Alan Deeton. He was teaching her about plants, rocks, woods and their powers. He taught her everything he could and Bella proved to be a very fast-learning student. She managed to do some things simply after they were explained to her, without having to practice much. Of course, she still found the time to go visit Peter Hale and to read to him at least once a week. He didn't seem to respond, but she hoped that, if he was aware of the passing time, it helped him a bit. She sometimes texted back and forth with Laura, who sent her payment once a month via mail. You're a natural at this. Deeton complimented her. Thanks, I love doing this. I feel like I'm more me when I do this. Like I'm finally complete and at peace with myself. She nodded. Do you know what you're going to do next year? Which college you'll go to? He asked her. Well, I'm nagged to convince my parents that taking online classes while I travel and find odd jobs was a good idea and they are going to give me some money for my graduation. At first I wanted to buy a newer car but I changed my mind. I think I'm going to buy a motorcycle. It'll be better to travel. She replied. You'll have to travel light. He reminded her, knowing how much she loved books. I know, I've already thought about that. I'll have my laptop and I can put books in there. I don't need many clothes, I can always come back here or to my parents' place when I want a change from the ones I have. Scott said that he and Styles were going to buy me a special backpack for the travel. Apparently they've seen the perfect one online and almost have enough to pay for it. She replied. That must be why he asked me if I needed him after school or during the weekends. I was wondering why he was looking for more hours when he could be having fun. He nodded. Yes, Scott is just sweet like that. I told him that it wasn't necessary. Especially since he's saving up to buy his own motorcycle later, but he couldn't be swayed. She smiled. Scott is a very special boy, and he cares a lot about you. He'll be a good man someday. He agreed. Yes, that he will. So, ready to test me about everything you've taught me so far? She asked him. Bella of course didn't make any mistakes on her test and left happy, knowing that she would soon see both of her parents again since they were both coming to town for her graduation next week. She hadn't told them about her newly discovered talent, she didn't want to drag them into this. Her mother and Phil would stay with her at her Aunt Melissa's place while her father would stay at the Stilinskys. At first she thought he'd stay in a hotel, but the fact that he stayed with the sheriff confirmed that they had been talking. They seemed to get along like old friends, and she was happy to know that her father had someone nice to stay at while he was in town. She had been nervous when she thought her parents would have to cohabit at her Aunt Melissa's house. She didn't know why her father had never found someone else, but in case he had never moved on from her mother, she didn't want to risk him and Phil in the same place. Once both of Bella's parents had left town again to go back home, leaving her with the promised money, Bella bought herself the motorcycle she wanted and sold her car. Her aunt assured her that she could leave her things in the house if she wanted, and so Bella only packed what she would need, getting ready to head to 10F Deeden's contacts so she could learn everything she wanted. She had grown used to being a druid quite quickly, but now she wanted to be more. She wanted to be able to fight the supernatural on her own, even without magic or herbs. She wanted to be stronger, better. Once, Deeden had told her about the Argent family, hunters that hunted and killed the supernatural world and whose motto was, "We hunt those who hunt us." She wanted to be good enough to go against one of them if they ever started hunting people who didn't deserve to be hunted and who hadn't hurt anyone. Of course she promised Scott to keep in touch with him, and he did the same thing, assuring her that he'd tell her if he ever needed her. Before she left town, Bella went to read to Peter Hale one last time. She knew that she would also keep in touch with Laura. Over the past few months, as they texted back and forth, they didn't just speak of Peter and reading to him but of many things. They were friends now. Bella traveled, learned, made contacts, grew. She also managed to keep up with her online classes, passing them with ease as time passed. She had left Beacon Hills for only a month when she was cornered by Victoria. The vengeful red-haired vampire was certain that she'd make an easy dinner out of Bella, remembering her as the weak human who had been easily cornered by James, but she was wrong. Bella was ready and well armed. Fighting a vampire was the first thing she had learned. She threw some rare powdered plant at Victoria, a mix of different wolves' banes that she had kept on her for the past few weeks, and once the vampire couldn't move, she set her on fire with her magic, making sure to use her power to focus the fire on Victoria only and to prevent her from escaping. She only stopped once the red-haired crazy woman was only a pile of ashes. Of course, after using so much power, Bella was exhausted and she had slept for a little over 2 days, but she was happy. Bella loved to learn new things, and she could feel her powers growing with the passing time. Of course she stayed in touch with her family. Her parents, Scott, her Aunt Melissa, she called them regularly and came to visit them at least twice a year. More if she was in the area. Bella also found work linked to her being a druid on the way, and she sometimes hunted supernatural killers for money. The cash it brought was usually goo. And it helped her get everything she needed and sometimes even saving for later. Of course Esh refused to go after the innocent, and she sometimes ended up helping some supernatural being that is who NTED, but that was still innocent and deserved to live. Once in a while, she stayed in touch with Laura Hale. They weren't as close as they could be, but they texted back and forth. Bella didn't know if Laura knew of the supernatural, so she couldn't tell her that she was a druid. She couldn't tell her everything, but she did tell her what she saw, where she was, the places she visited. A couple of years later, when Scott was bitten by a werewolf during the first full moon of his sophomore year in high school and started to change, he told her about it but refused to let her come back for this. He told her that he would be able to handle it on his own with Styles' help, and that another wolf named Derek Hale was helping him anyway. After hearing the name Derek Hale, Bella remembered that he was Laura's brother, and so she asked her cousin if Laura was in town as well. She hadn't responded to her texts or call in a few weeks, and Bella was worried. That's when she learned that Laura was dead, killed by the alpha who had bitten Scott. It saddened Bella, because she had lost a friend, and because, if only she had known more, she would have told Laura who she was. They would have been closer and maybe she could have helped save her. But it was too late now. The only way Bella could know how things truly were was by asking Deeden about it. He didn't hide anything and told her who was after Scott. Deeton was also honest with Bella in his belief that Scott had the potential to be a true alpha, something rare, and they both agreed not to burden him with this yet. If it happened, then good, and if it didn't happen, then he wouldn't be disappointed. Bella remembered seeing the catatonic Peter Hale at the hospital, reading to him, sometimes just talking to him about anything and everything. And she had a hard time believing that he had killed his own niece in order to become an alpha and that that man was killing people. He had seemed like a good man, but then again, half his Ace was burnt and he wasn't reacting to anything. Scott was so afraid he'd end up interrupting her or putting her in danger that he didn't tell her that the alpha that bit him was a psychopath murderer. That biting him hadn't been an accident and that he was in danger. By the time Bella arrived back in town, it was too late and Peter Hale was already dead and buried, so Bella stayed a couple of days, hung out with Scott and Styles, said hello to Deeton, met Allison Argent and her parents and left again, always eager to learn more. She had wanted to see Derek Hale, introduce herself and tell hi. And that she was sorry about Laura's death, but Scott didn't know where the new alpha was. She did however go to Laura's grave and placed flowers there. She'd meet Derek Hale later, there was time. She understood why the young man was angry. Why he had killed Peter and taken the alpha power instead of letting Scott kill him to be free. Plus, she was glad that Scott hadn't had to kill anyone, he was better than that. Derek might have been angry, but he did help Scott. He helped him gain control, he tried to protect him from the Argent by keeping him away from Allison. She felt like she owed him. When Jackson turned into a Conima, Deeton was the one who assured her that there wasn't much she could do to help and that coming would only bring more attention on her and Scott from the Argent patriarchs as she stayed away. Only coming back for the summer, when she stayed a few weeks with her cousin and did her best to help him get over Allison while placing strong protections around her aunt's house. She also met with Chris Argent and helped him with his father, who was sick from the mountain ash and the bite. They wanted to make sure he wouldn't get better, that he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone else in his quest for more power. Shortly before Bella left town, Scott told her that he wanted to get a tattoo, explaining that he wanted 2 bands on his left arm. It was something he had seen in his head and she understood that this would be his pax symboli. How about we get the same tattoo? She offered. You'd do this? He asked, surprised. Same family, same pack, same tattoo. In this together, no matter the distance. No matter what, always. Bella simply replied, making her cousin smile brightly at her. It was a promise between them, to always be there for each other, no matter what happened. No matter how much time passed. They had their tattoos together, but since Scott was a werewolf, Bella warned him that he'd have to burn the flesh the tattoo was on in order for it to be permanent. He understood and, as soon as they were out of the parlor, she helped him burn the tattoo in place. Bella had been back on the road for a couple of months only when Scott asked her to come back. People were being murdered by group of 3 and there was an alpha pack in town that wanted him to join them because he had the potential to become a true alpha. The young wolf didn't know what had to do and he felt he needed Bella's advices and help. Plus, if they had to fight a Durok, a dark druid, then he'd feel better having a powerful druid by his side. Deeton might have knowledge, but he had admitted himself that his powers didn't measure up. He had described his powers, saying that they'd fit in Bella's little toe, making Styles smile. Scott told Bella everything he knew, that they were going after Derek too. Trying to get him to kill his pack members so that he could join them, but that the Hale Alpha had no intentions of doing it, that he was resisting. Bella was in the middle of Brazil when she got Scott's call and she replied that she'd come as soon as she could before turning around and driving back to Beacon Hills. Scott called her every day to tell her how things were moving, but when Bella finally arrived, it was the lunar eclipse already and it seemed like all hell was breaking loose on the town. I'll help you stop her and we'll go look for Aunt Melissa and the other together. Bella told Scott after hugging him, but he shook his head. I'm about to meet with Deucalion. I have a plan. I'll be fine. You go and save them before this storm kills them. It'll be one thing I won't have to worry about. He replied, explaining to her how to find the Nemeton. Don't worry, I can feel its power, I'll be able to reach it. I'll be back here as soon as they're safe. And Scott, I'm not about to wish you good luck, because you don't need it. You can do this, it's in you. You just need to stay true to yourself and what you believe in. Bella assured him before she left again to rescue her aunt, the sheriff and Allison's father the hunter. Using her powers, Bella was able to quiet down the storm a bit around the Nemeton by taking in some of its power, preventing the Durok from using this power as well, and it allowed her to find the hostages. Are you all right down there? She called out. Bella, is that you? Melissa called back, relieved. Yes, are you all alright, Aunt Melissa? Yes, we are. All 5 of us, she replied. 5, Scott said it would only be 3 of you for the sacrifice. Bella asked, surprised. Isaac and Allison came to rescue us, but the stairs gave out. Melissa replied. Have you seen Styles? The sheriff asked. No, but I didn't really look for him. Why? She asked before she jumped down to join them. He was supposed to meet us but he didn't show up. With this storm he could have gotten into an accident. Allison told Bella. Yes, especially since the Duroc was probably trying to stop him from coming closer. Bella nodded, using her powers to lift the stairs back in place temporarily. How come it stopped? I thought it would last the entire night. Isaac asked her. I'm interfering with it around the Neamton so it's safer for us. Listen, you get out of there and go to your car. I'll look for Styles. Bella replied. I'm coming with you. Stilinski replied and Bella nodded. Wait, what about Scott? Melissa asked. He told me that he had a plan. He seemed pretty confident. I'll join him as soon as Styles is safe and we'll meet back at your house. Deeton will already be waiting there in case someone is hurt. I called him on the way. He's with Cora, Hale and Lydia, healing the Alpha twins who almost died, but as soon as he's done they'll all head to your house. Bella told them before she got on her motorcycle, the sheriff behind her. By the time Bella found Styles and brought him back to the McCall house so Deeton could patch him up, it was done and she had a message on her phone from Scott saying that he had won. That he was a true Alpha and that the Duroc had been killed by Deucalion, who parted ways with them peacefully, his eyes healed. So, where is this Derek I keep hearing about but never meet? I'm starting to doubt he ever existed in the first place. Bella asked Scott about an hour later, when he had joined them. Of course she knew he really existed. She remembered Laura Hale speaking about him when Bella had met her. The day she brought a book delivery to Peter Hale's hospital room. She had never crossed him any of the times she had gone to read to Peter, but she was kind of eager to meet him. They were all in the living room, eating pizzas and drinking sodas to celebrate their victory. The twins, Ethan and Aiden, were present. Deeton had saved their lives, and even though they weren't alphas anymore, they wanted to be part of a pack. They knew that following Scott was the best bet, so they were determined to do everything they could to earn his trust and to clean up their name and reputation. He left town with Cora, to get her back to wherever she was before coming to find him. I don't know if he'll be back, but I sure hope so. Scott told her. Derek had picked up his sister at the animal clinic and had driven away with her and his uncle Peter, recently resurrected, heading for South America, where she had been for the past 6 years. So Bella, are you going to leave again? Styles asked her after taking another slice of pizza. I don't think so, not yet. I have a feeling that I'm needed here. What the 3 of you did to find the Neamton, along with all the sacrifices the Duroc did, gave the Neamton power once more, and it will bring other beings in the area. I have a feeling that you'll need my help to sort everything out. She replied. Weren't you tracking an important lead down in Brazil? That's what Scott said anyway. Allison asked her. Not really, I was tracking someone that would get me some big cash from the Calaveras, but I don't really need it. If they want Liloba so much, they can track her on their own. It's their job after all, right? I can always sell them the information I have on her later if I need cash. She replied. Liloba, doesn't that mean she-wolf in Spanish? Allison asked. Don't worry, it's nothing big. Bella replied, shaking her head before going to the kitchen to get another drink. Bella didn't want to tell Allison that the Calaveras were hunting her aunt. That was alive and turned supernatural. Knowing the girl, she'd try to go after her crazy aunt and either get herself turned to the bad side or get herself killed. Maybe she'd tell Chris Argent about it all later, but for now, she didn't want to think about it. Araya speaks highly of you, you know. It's rare to see her like someone supernatural so much. To her, it's mainly all dark or all white. No areas of gray. Chris Argent told Bella. I like her too. I mean, you look at her and you think she's just a kind grandma about to make you hot cocoa or cookies. And in 2 seconds she becomes this fierce hunter, a godfather-like Mexican leader. I'm glad I don't have to go against her because, while I could probably take her, I'd hate having to take her down. Bella replied with a smile, making Chris chuckle. How are our families related again, Dad? Allison asked her father curiously. On your mother's side, Araya was your mother's aunt. Chris replied, making his daughter nod and look down, trying not to think about her mother. Since she was decided on staying in town for a while, At least a few months, Bella started looking for tutoring jobs again, a few hours here and there. This way she could earn money while taking her online classes and she wouldn't have to leave town in order to hunt people for money. Sometimes she wondered what her parents would think if they knew that their daughter was not only a druid but a bounty hunter for the supernatural with already quite the good reputation. She had almost ran into her Uncle Rafe once, Scott's father. She had hunted a bounty his FBI team wanted and he had been along with the team who picked up the woman she had stopped. She had managed to get paid and leave before he could see her. Though she heard his team telling him that he had missed the chance of meeting the Druid, which was the nickname she used when she was a bounty hunter. A few weeks later, while Scott and Styles treated to help Styles' dad close an old case before Scott's father took them all away for review, Bella went back on the road. Scott had tried to call Derek for the past few weeks, hoping to get tips on how to be a good alpha. But the Hale werewolf hadn't answered any of his calls and they were worried for him because Derek would have answered if he could have, Scott was sure of it. Bella had offered look for him to help her beloved cousin and quickly got words that the Calaveras had 2 Hale werewolves hostage, so now she was on the road, in a car for a change, hoping to rescue Derek from the NTERS before they killed him or did any kind of hurting that couldn't be reversed. She shook her head, amused by Styles' thumbs-up motion before she left. She had overheard Scott and him talking about how they thought she and Derek would be great together, but she didn't know if she should believe it. She didn't even know the guy yet and she wasn't sure if she believed in love. Sure, she had hooked up with a few guys over the past few years on the road, but it had been nothing serious. Bella Swan, well, I didn't think we'd meet again so soon. Araya Calaveras greeted Bella. Hello Araya, I've heard that you had a Hale werewolf. I'm here to trade something you want against someone you have. Bella replied with a sincere smile. Sure, come this way. I always like to negotiate next to my prisoners. The elder woman guided Bella in what was probably a torture room. 2 men were tied up. Please tell me that the one on the right is Derek Hale. Bella pleaded with Araya in a joking manner. She knew that she was blushing and that the circumstances were wrong, but she really felt a strong attraction for the brown-haired young man tied up in front of her. Of course she knew that the other one was Peter Hale. Although a bit older and without his scars, she still recognized him quite easily, but she had never seen Derek before, and maybe Peter wasn't with Derek but another surviving Hale wolf. Looking at Peter, Bella couldn't help but think about the fact that he had killed Laura for power, and it made her want to grab a sword and stab him repeatedly with it, even though she usually wasn't a violent person. He is. The other one is his uncle Peter. The psycho one. I've met him before. His niece Laura had asked the bookstore where I worked during my senior year, right before I found out who I was, if we could deliver a few books to his room. He was in a catatonic state, but Laura Hale was nice enough and she wanted people to read to him. I remembered feeling bad for him at the time, for what he had gone through. I offered Laura to come over and read to him once a week and I did. Too bad he murdered her to get her alpha power. I should have never felt bad for him. Bella nodded before she added, aware that the 2 prisoners were watching her curiously. Okay, so I know who you're looking for. In this file is the information of what she turned into, which is definitely not a werewolf. Where she's hiding and everything I could find out about her new species. What she can do, how to stop her, it's all here. But you should prepare well before going after her, she won't be easy to stop. I've also put in there her allies and the best, and most importantly safest for you, way to stop them. Bella declared, presenting the closed file to Araya while Severo stood behind her. And I suppose you want me to free them in exchange for this? Araya smiled. No, not them, just Derek. My cousin Scott wants Derek back. He's kind of attractive too, and after everything I've heard about him, I know that he's a good man. I also owe him for everything he's done to help my cousin. Anyway, Peter is a psychopath who probably has plans to kill my cousin and steal his true alpha power from him. There is no redeeming him. You can keep him and do whatever you want with him, I couldn't care less. I doubt he'll be missed by many. Bella replied. What? I don't know who you are, but you're wrong. I don't want to hurt anyone. Peter argued, trying his best to look as innocent as possible. I am Bella Swan, Scott McCall's cousin. I'm also a powerful druid that you definitely shouldn't piss off. I'm here to free Derek for several reasons. He's Scott's friend, Scott needs him to learn how to be a good alpha, and he's hot. I don't need, nor does anyone in Beacon Hills. I wasn't as close to Laura as I could have been. I didn't know she was a werewolf, So I didn't tell her that I was a druid and I stayed away, but we were friends, kept in touch, until she stopped responding. Then a few days later my cousin tells me that he was bitten and now he's a werewolf. When he told me that a werewolf named Derek Hale was helping him learn control, I asked him if Laura was also in town, hoping to get good news. And that's when I learned that she was dead. That you had killed her. She didn't deserve this. I'm also the one who came to read to you at least once a week for 4 months during my senior year. Time wasted apparently, I would have used it better if I had stayed home. Oh, and I don't like that fact that you went out with my aunt on a date and that you find her attractive. I don't want to take the risk you ever worming your way into her life, she deserves better. As Bella spoke, Severo started to free Derek, knowing Araya enough to know that she'd agree to Bella's deal. What you gave me is worth much more than just this one. Araya argued. I know, which is why you'll give me your word to stay out of what goes on in Beacon Hills unless me or the Argents call you. No going after Scott, or anyone else there, even if he ends up biting someone. Bella replied. Very well, I'm smart enough to know it's better to have you on my side. Araya nodded. Derek was now free and rubbing his wrists. Derek, don't leave me here. I'm your uncle, we're family, Peter argued, panicking. Family. Laura was also family when you killed her to become Alpha. Bella's right, you always have a backup plan to screw everyone else over. You never accepted that my mother was Alpha, nor that Laura got the title after Mom died in the fire. You always thought that it should be. You and you're willing to kill anyone in your path to do it. I won't kill you myself, but I won't risk my life to save yours either. When Cora was dying, you could have told me that Deepening could heal her with a mix of the 9 ancient druid sacred herbs, but you didn't, instead you told me to give up my alpha power to heal her. I know now that you did it in hope that you'd get that power back. You risked Cora's life and let her suffer just because you wanted more power, and I won't forgive you for this. Derek told his uncle, grabbing his shirt on the table, along with the rest of his things. Oh, Severo, please keep Derek's shirt. He doesn't need it, it's awfully hot outside. Bella declared with a bright smile. Derek turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow and an amused smile on his face. What? I said you were hot earlier. I'm sure it's no surprise to you. You do own a mirror, right? She replied. I like you, Bella, please come back soon. You're refreshing to have around. Araya too. LD Bella with a tender smile on her face. Will do, Araya. Good luck with your hunting. Should I warn Chris Argent about this? Bella asked, pointing to the file. You haven't told him yet? She asked, surprised while Derek stood by Bella's side, confused. Every time I saw him since I got back, Allison was with him and she's not ready for this yet. We both know what would happen if she found out. She'd go after her on her own to prove something and end up dead or turned. Bella explained. You're right, you should tell him though. Tell him we'll leave in at least a week, we need to prepare, and to call if he wants to join us. If he calls before we leave and wants to come along, we'll wait for him. Araya replied. He probably will. He'll feel like he has to, honor and all that. Bella nodded before she guided Derek outside. She smiled when she noticed that Derek had his shirt in his hand still. Wait, I can't leave without it. I came here looking for something special. It's over there, Derek told her, pointing to an old cabin not far from the Calaveras house. What is it? She asked him. A box made of wood from the Neemton. My mother's claws are inside. You're going to use them to talk to her. She nodded, understanding. Scott talks a lot about you, you know. Derek told her as they walked closer to the table. I've heard a lot about you from them as well. According to Styles and Scott, we'll make a good couple. I think they even bet money on this. They're trying to get us together. She smiled. Really? How much did they bet? No idea, but it can't be much, they're both broke. Wait, look, it's made of mountain ash wood and filled with mountain ash. Let's just take the whole thing. We'll be able to reuse all of this later. Bella declared after getting the smaller box out of the ashes and giving it to Derek, who nodded and helped her carry the larger box to the car while using his shirt to cover his hands. I told you it was a good idea not to wear your shirt. Bella joked with a wide smile on her face. He smiled back at her and sat by her side in the car. Bella quickly texted Scott that she had Derek and that they were coming back before starting the car. I thought you drove a motorcycle. Derek started to say to start the conversation. I borrowed this car from Deepening. I didn't know what state you'd be in when I got you back, so I had to be able to lay you down, just in case. I also had what Scott calls a druid first aid kit ready, with different mixes of the 9 sacred herbs to heal you quicker in case you needed it. She smiled back. Thank you, by the way. I'm sure you could have gotten lots of money with whatever you traded for me. He told her. Don't worry about it. I know you've been there for Scott and that you care about him. That puts us on the same team, or pack, apparently. She waved it off. Well, I'll pay for gas and food for the way back, and when we're back in Beacon Hills, I'll take you to dinner to make up for the trouble. He offered. Are you trying to ask me out? She asked him, still smiling. It depends if you're saying yes. He smiled back. I'm saying yes. She nodded, trying to concentrate on the road. Then yes, I'm asking you out. With everything I've heard about you, I'm eager to get to know you better. Even Laura spoke to me about you a couple of times. She wanted me to meet you, to visit Peter while you went to read to him. She always texted me the times you'd be there in hope that I'd go, but at the time, I wasn't in the mood to meet people. I was angry at everyone because of what had happened to my family, and I didn't want to start trusting people. He told her. It's understandable. Let's start getting to know each other now then, because I'm starving. She replied, parking next to a fast food near the road. Scott told me about your ex the vampire. Did you ever see him again? Derek asked her once they were sitting with their food. No, but I did cross the mate of the one my ex killed to protect me. She was hell-bent on killing me out of revenge, but I managed to kill her by using my powers. I created fire and directed it towards her, and she caught fire fast. Their kind burns quickly, yes. Oh, all I had to do was make sure she didn't reach water. I slept for 2 days after that, but it was well worth it. She explained. Scott said you kicked ass. Derek told her, and she blushed. Scott, thou. GHT, I kicked ass long before I knew I was a druid. Bella brushed it off. After that, they kept to lighter subjects until they moved back to the car. So, is your little sister safe? She asked him later, once they were back on the road after a good meal during which the conversation flowed. Yeah, she's back to her life, with her friends. It's far, but at least she's not involved in all this craziness. We'll keep in touch now. She might move back here at the end of this school year, or simply wait until after graduation, we'll see. He replied, you know the craziness won't stop anytime soon, right? Considering what's happened with the Neemton, more supernatural beings will come, and I don't think we're over the trouble yet. She explained to him, I know, that's why I'm coming back. To help Scott and to protect Beacon Hills. It was always a Hale duty to protect the town. It might not be safe. She warned him. It'll be fine. Scott managed to assemble a strong pack around him, even if not everyone is wolf. We'll be able to handle whatever comes next. Derek assured her. Nice to know you're confident. It'll help. Does it bother you, not being an alpha anymore? She asked him. Not really. I was never good at it. I don't mind being Scott's beta. I have a feeling that he'll be much better at this than I ever was. He smiled sincerely. Good. He needs you to know everything he can do as an alpha. Deeton and I can help him for some things, but not everything. So, what did I miss in Beacon Hills? Derek asked her. Derek was curious about her earlier comment about meeting Laura, his big sister. But he decided not to ask her about this at the moment. He'd find time later. Laura had spoken to him about Bella, of course. A sweet girl she met while visiting Peter, who had offered to read to Peter when they couldn't. Laura had liked Bella, and he could see why. He now regretted not listening to his sister when she suggested he visited Peter at the same time to get to know Bella. If he had, he just knows that everything would have been different because they would have stayed in touch. She would have told them about being a druid, and they would have told her they were werewolves. Laura would probably still be alive, Peter would have been stopped earlier, Scott probably wouldn't have been bitten either. Maybe everything happened in this order for a reason. Well, according to last night's phone call, my uncle, Scott's father, is trying to get Styles' dad fired. He pretends it's because of all the cases he didn't close, but Aunt Melissa, the sheriff, and I know it's because he hurt his pride when he helped Melissa push him out of town, back when he was drinking. But he's fighting back, right? Derek asked her. Of course. I have a good feeling about this. My uncle won't get far. I think he might even change his mind before the end. She smiled. What else happened while I was gone? Allison and Isaac have something going on, and Scott seems fine with it, Main L. Why? Because he's falling for the new girl in town. Bella smiled. New girl? Derek asked. Kira something. Her father took over the history teacher's job. She's a kitsune, a fox. They just found out. Is she trouble? No, far from it. I think she'll be good for Scott, but I think her mother is hiding something. I never met her, but it's all about the vibes I get, you know. Anyway, I guess we'll find out more later. Bella assured him. The way back to Beacon Hills was long, but Bella and Derek used the time to get to know each other better, and as it turned out, they got along very well together. Maybe Scott and Styles were right. Maybe they'd be a good couple, but though they were growing close, they were too preoccupied by the news of what was going on in Beacon Hills to try and start anything too serious together. She also told him about Kate Argent, what she had become, where she was hiding and who she was working with. "Have you heard of those demonic ninjas?" Derek asked her, thinking of everything that is going on in their town, or what was about to happen. Thanks to her gift, Bella had a good idea of what was coming, especially since it was starting. "Yes, like I told Scott, as long as they're not the Najitsun. They won't hurt them. Deeton is looking for a special plan to hurt the Najitsun if he's in one of them. We'll find a way to win. We'll reach Beacon Hills in less than 5 hours. Once there, I'll be able to do more," she replied. "I'll use my mother's claws as soon as I arrive, but I'll join you once I'm done." He assured her. "Be careful, the Oni will attack you. But they won't kill me, right?" He asked her. "I can feel that you don't have a dark fox spirit in you, so as long as you don't fight them, they won't kill you. You'll be in shock for a while after they mark you, but you'll heal." She explained to him. "Okay, what about you, will they try to mark you?" He asked her. "I have no idea. They didn't go after Deeton even though they crossed him, so they probably won't go after me either. Even if they did, I'll be okay, I know what to expect. I don't heal as fast as you do, but I'll be fine," she replied. When they finally arrived in Beacon Hills, Ella and Derek parted ways with the promise to meet back up later. "Call me if you need anything," he warned her before she drove off. "You too," she smiled back. As she drove off, she could see that he was watching her drive away from his doorway, and it made her smile. She liked him. He made her feel like Edward used to make her feel, in a way she hadn't felt in a very long time, and she couldn't wait to be able to see him again and to see where this thing between them would go. But first, she needed to tell Chris Argent about his sister. She would offer to watch after Allison until he comes back, and she knew that he'd accept it. "Bella, you're back. How was everything?" her Aunt Melissa asked her as the younger woman walked inside the house, planning on dropping her bag before driving to the Argents. "It was fine. I didn't have any trouble with them, but I knew I wouldn't. I was prepared and had what they wanted. Plus, they like me. Now Derek is safe and his Uncle Peter is probably dead by now, which is fine for all of us. Neither Scott nor I like that he went on a date with you and that he found you attractive. I mean, don't get me wrong, you are gorgeous like he said, but we didn't like that he thought so." She smiled. "Of course I'm gorgeous, have you seen my legs? Anyway, Scott will be happy to finally have Derek in town to help him, I know he was worried." Her aunt replied with a smile. "He has some things to deal with right now, but he'll find Scott later. You're already back from work, must be nice to have a quiet evening home for once." "Where's Scott?" "He had dinner with this new girl, Kira. He called me earlier from her house. I'm guessing he's still hanging out with her now." She smiled. "That's great. I'll go and see if everything is fine in town, I have a fee. I'm needed somewhere before I have to speak with Argent." Bella replied before she gave her aunt a hug and grabbed her jacket. "Go and follow the wind, I'll just enjoy the peace while it lasts." "Oh, and Renee called. She wanted to know if you had a man in your life. I told her that you didn't for the moment, but I think she believes you're not completely happy if you don't have a man in your life. I tried talking her out of this idea, but she might call you anyway," Melissa added, sitting down on the couch, in front of the TV, with a glass of wine. Bella had dropped the car back at Deeton's place where she had taken her motorcycle back. Following her instinct, Bella drove through town and ended up parking in front of the electric plant. Her aunt had meant it as a joke when she told her to follow the wind, but it was kind of what Bella was doing. Her magic was linked to nature and it guided her to what she looked for, her cousin. She ignored her aunt's comment about her mother. This wasn't new to her. Her mother had always needed a man in her life to feel happy and complete, but Bella was fine on her own. Sure, she was now interested in Derek, but she was fine with or without him. Her mother needed to understand that not everyone is like her. Bella arrived in front of a large, industrial building. In front of it stood Scott's new motorcycle and Styles' Jeep. "Lydia, what's going on?" Bella asked her. "Bella, thank God you're back. A guy escaped from the hospital, a crazy one, and he has Kira in there. Scott and Styles are inside. Styles told me to stay here because he only had one bat," Lydia explained, obviously annoyed at the fact she had to stay behind. "And you listen to him?" Lydia, Styles might need a baseball bat to defend himself against anyone because he's a simple human teenager whose only weapon is sarcasm, but you can hold your own just fine. You need to trust your banshee's instinct, and if you don't feel anything coming, just scream. Come on now, let's show them what girls can do when they work together. Bella encouraged her and, with an enthusiastic smile, Lydia followed happily Bella inside. When they arrived, they could see Kira holding electricity in her hands, protecting Scott in the process. What's going on? Lydia asked. She's a kitsune fox. Bella replied. Good or evil? The banshee asked her. They're tricksters, but like in ever. Why species you can find good ones and evil ones. Though if Scott trusts her, I'd follow his instinct. And if it's anything to you, I don't sense anything evil in her either. Bella smiled. Bella, you're back, Scott exclaimed happily when he turned around and saw her. Once he checked, Burrows was passed out and Kira was fine. Yes, and so is Derek. How are you? Here. Do you need me for anything? Bella asked. No, we're fine. Why? Do you have somewhere else you need to be? He asked her, raising an eyebrow. I do actually. Something I should have done before I left. Go then, we're fine. We'll just have to find out what to tell Styles' dad when he arrives. Scott replied. It could be your father interrogating you. Be careful, all of you. Prepare a good, believable story that covers all the angles before they arrive. Lydia, I'm leaving you in charge of making up this story. Bella reminded them before giving her cousin a quick hug and leaving. Bella drove straight to the Argent's new place, and when she stood behind their door, she could hear Allison and her father yelling for Isaac to wake up. She could have used her powers to break in, but instead, she rang the doorbell and Allie Son is the one who opened the door for her. Bella, you're back. Did everything go okay? Yes, don't worry. I was wondering if I could speak with your father for a moment. Is everything okay here? Bella replied. I don't know. Isaac said people came in and Dad thinks they were after him. Allison replied before she explained what had happened to Bella on the way to her father's office where he and Isaac were. Only they weren't after you, Chris. They are checking supernatural beings, looking for the Najitsune. If Isaac is still alive, it means that he's not it. Bella explained. They spent a few minutes talking about what had happened and what Bella knew about it, then Chris Argent told them of his encounter with them. Isaac, Allison, would you mind heading for the sheriff's station and telling Scott about what just happened and what we said, please? He should still be over there and he should be aware of this in case they go after one of them tonight. Make sure that Kira is warned also. Bella asked them and they both nodded and hurried out of the apartment. Once the front door closed, Chris turned to Bella. So, what did you want to tell me that required getting Allison out of the apartment? He asked her. You're smart. She smiled. Does it have anything to do with Derek and the Calaveras? He asked her. No, not with Derek. You better sit down for this. I figured Allison should leave because I think I know enough about you to know that you won't want her to know about this. If I'm wrong, you'll always be able to tell her once she comes back. I'd rather give you the choice. This sounds serious, he commented. It is. Do you remember that when I came back to town to save you, Stilinski and Aunt Melissa from the Neamton, I stopped a chase? I do. You called her Liloba, right? That's the name the Calaveras gave her. Yes. I was looking for someone the Calaveras were willing to pay a lot of money for, someone who had escaped them. They called her Liloba, others call her the Bone Woman. To get Derek back, I gave them all the information I had on her. I'm not sure I understand what this has to do with me, he replied, confused. When Peter killed Kate, he slashed her throat with his claws. Going pretty deep inside, Bella stated, hoping he'd get the clue. Oh, you're not saying are you? I am. When they heard of the way she died, Araya took a team here and they came to see Kate's body. She was starting to transform, so they took her with them and they locked her in a room with a razor blade so she'd kill herself like your code dictates. I feel a bit coming. She escaped, killing half a dozen men doing so. They've been looking for her ever since. Unsuccessfully if they're willing to pay for her. Chris commented. He recognized his sister in this move. She was never one to follow the rules, she hated being told what to do and she had never had much love for their code. So far, none of the people the Calaveras have sent after her have returned. That's not all. She's not a werewolf like they initially thought she was. She's a were-jaguar and she has at least 2 berserkers with her. Serving her, obeying her every word. It makes Kate even more dangerous than they initially thought. They're leaving to get her as soon as they're done preparing and getting everything they need, which includes some rare kind of wolf bane, but Araya asked me to tell you that if you want to join them, you can. If you call, they'll wait for you. Bella explained. They're going to kill her? He asked. Probably, but if you go along, you might be able to smooth things over or change their minds, whatever you want. I just thought you'd like the opportunity to be there. And you knew I wouldn't want Allison to know about it. He nodded. None of us want her to go dark again. Your father, even Kate, they've manipulated her before. I think it'd be for the best if she didn't know for now. Better tell her once it'll all done. Bella replied. I don't know if I can leave now though. I don't want to leave Allison alone. She won't be, I promise you I'll keep an eye out for her. She'll call you every day and I'll check up on her at least once a day to make sure everything is fine. I can even put temporary magical protections to make sure Isaac can't go inside when you're not here. Or I can move in until you come back if you'd rather like that. Bella smiled. You're right, I'd like that much better, thank you. He nodded, grabbing his phone and calling a Mexican number Bella knew as Araya's. In the end, Chris simply told his daughter that the Mexican hunters needed his help and that she had to stay home but that Bella would check up on her and spend the nights at the apartment with her. Allison could feel that something was up but she accepted what her father was telling her. She argued a bit about having Bella playing babysitter for her though and her father agreed to let her stay on her own as long as she texted him several times a day and called Bella twice. Bella also promised to come by and check on Allison before she went to school and after she came back from school. Allison would eat her dinner either at home with Bella or with the McCalls. Chris knew that his daughter was safe and well looked after. By the end of Halloween's Eve, the Oni had checked everyone but when they came to check Styles over, surprising them all because, since he was human, he wasn't supposed to get their attention, he killed one of them just when they were about to check him. It was obvious to them that he was the Najitsu now so Bella worked hard with Deedan to make a drug that would keep the Najitsu out. The usual drug Deedan wanted to use would have lasted a few days only but Bella managed to change it so that it could work much longer, giving them time to prepare. Kira's mother had told them her story, admitting that she was the one who had called the Oni in town and that she couldn't call them back now. This had caused a minor drift between her daughter and her. Especially since Kira was getting a lot closer to Scott but the elder Kitsune knew that her daughter would understand and forgive her later, once she saw how truly dangerous a Najitsune was. On Halloween's early afternoon, Bella was planning on going to see Derek when her cousin called her. Kira had a picture of her in her cell phone that showed that she was a Kitsune and they needed to delete it. Styles couldn't help because his father was already in a bad situation at the station and so Bella agreed to come and be the lookout for them, in the early evening. Don't worry Scott, I'll meet you there, everything will be fine. But be sure to take the phone's charger, it might need a bit of juice. Bella assured him before she hung up. She still had a few hours before she had to meet him so she got off her motorcycle and was about to enter Derek's building when she saw him standing right next to her. Hi, she exclaimed, surprised to see him here. Hi, I was just about to go and see you. Derek admitted. Looks like great minds think alike. She smiled. What was that with Scott? Do you need my help? He asked her. Bella hoped that she wasn't, imagining the fact that Derek seemed eager to find any excuse to spend time with her. She, too, would like to spend more time with the Hale werewolf. No, don't worry, I'll just have to distract Scott's father while they delete a picture on a phone in the evidence room for Kira. The picture shows her kitsune and I'm sure experts would be able to tell that no filter was used on it. Best to delete it. So, were you planning on going to see me for a specific reason? She replied, I just wanted to check up on you, see if you were okay. Maybe talk a little. He smiled invitingly. I have a few hours now if you want. Perfect. Coffee. On me. Sure, she agreed. Bella half expected him to direct her back to his loft but instead he drove her to a nice coffee shop that had opened not too long ago. They spent a couple of hours there. Just talking, getting to know each other and laughing before Bella had to go and help Scott. Talking with Derek was easy. They spoke of Laura, Derek finally asking her the questions he had wanted to ask after the Calaveras. They also spoke of their favorite books, what they liked to do, their lives, the past, what they hoped for the future. Time passed quickly and before she knew it, it was time for Bella to go and meet Scott and Kira. Before she left, Bella told Derek that she would go with Scott to the party that was being thrown in the woods to make sure everything went well and he told her that he'd try to make it as well, that he'd see her there. Bella arrived and parked her motorcycle before joining Scott and Kira outside. They went inside together, making sure that they weren't seen, and while Scott and Kira looked for the right phone and the picture in the evidence room, Bella stood guard. "Uncle Rafe, I didn't know you were still in town," Bella exclaimed, intercepting her uncle before he went in the room Scott was searching and that he was now using as his office. She had spoken a little louder than necessary. It was just loud enough to look like surprise and to warn Scott of his presence without looking too suspicious. "Bella, wow, you've changed, grown a lot. What are you doing here?" he asked her. "Scott didn't tell you that I moved back in town?" she asked him. "No, but then again, Scott isn't speaking much to me lately. Last I heard you had left town after graduation. I know you still came over every few months, but Audie told me that you were in town right now. But I know that Melissa liked having you around, you helped Scott a lot with his grades, even now. But anyway, they didn't tell me that you were back." "That's good though," the FBI agent replied, dropping his guards around the niece he remembered carrying on his back when she was a child. "Yes, that might have to do with the fact that you're trying to get his best friend's dad fired. A man he loves like an uncle, a man who was there for him when you weren't." Bella replied, doing her best to remain friendly. "I'm only doing my job." He tried to justify himself. "Really? You mean you're not doing this because deep down you're afraid he'll end up telling Scott why Aunt Melissa really threw you out of her house? Why you've been so distant for so long? You know." "How do you know?" "Aunt Melissa called my dad after it happened. She was lost and didn't know what to do. You know that she was always closer to him than to my mom. Mom can't live alone without a man, and she would have just advised Aunt Melissa to keep you around even if it was for the best. She knew that Dad's advice would be honest and better. Stilinski, the same man you're trying to get fired, told her that maybe she should give you another chance. I know all of this because I overheard the conversation. I thought they were calling about a surprise for my birthday, so I took the upstairs phone to listen. I didn't hang up until they did, so I heard it all. I never spoke a word of it to anyone else until today. And if I can give you some advice, it would be to just be honest with Scott. He won't be angry with you, as long as you stay around and try to make it up to him. He understands that people make mistakes and that accidents happen. What's important to him is that you try to fix them and that you're present now. What matters is that you don't give up." Bella replied, "You've always been pretty mature. I was sure you'd end up taking psychology in college," he replied with a smile. "I don't really go to college, but I've been taking online classes. Psychology is one of the subjects I'm studying, though I won't get a degree right away. I'm planning on getting the necessary diploma to be a counselor at the high school. I should pass the exam without trouble in a few weeks, and I'm hoping that they'll hire me even though I don't have much experience yet. Hopefully there won't be too many candidates," she smiled. "I have no doubt about it, and if you need a recommendation letter, I'll happily do it," he replied, and Bella could see Scott and Kira leaving from behind him. "Well, I should go," she stated. "Wait, why did you come here? Do you need help?" he asked her. "Oh, you know how Scott and Styles are. They told me that there was a cute new deputy that I should meet. They've been bugging me with this for a while now, so I gave in. I was also a bit curious, so I came. Apparently he's not here tonight because I don't see anyone hot, young and new. I guess I'll see him another time, maybe. If I don't change my mind. I really was just coming here to humor Scott and Styles," she replied with a smile. "They're probably speaking about Jordan Parrish. A good man as far as I've seen or heard so far, a good officer as well. He recently left the military. Well, I think he'll be in tomorrow afternoon if you want." "Thanks, Uncle Rafe. I think I'll just see if I cross him or not. I was really just humoring them. I've recently met someone I like and I'm kind of hoping it's going to go somewhere, so I'll see. Bye, and remember what I told you, Uncle Rafe. Don't give up," she replied before she turned around and went outside where Scott and Kira were cheering and deciding to go to the party. Bella climbed on her motorcycle and followed Scott and Kira to the party. When she arrived, she scanned the parking lot and smiled when she spotted Derek's car. Still smiling, she scanned the crowd quickly. Lydia was here with Aiden while Ethan was dancing with Danny. Allison and Isaac were dancing and Derek was smiling at her from a few feet away. She knew that she wouldn't find Styles since he was on his way to Icon House, and she hoped they'd find a way to free him soon. He didn't deserve this kind of hell. "Fancy seeing you here," she said as she approached Derek. "I told you I'd come," he replied with a smile. "So you did. You've been here long?" "No, I just arrived." Nothing happened so far, he replied before they went to dance a little. Let's hope nothing does happen, at all. They all deserve a break. Bella smiled. As they danced, they didn't notice that Scott was close to them and could hear their conversation, so when Derek asked Bella out on a date, a real one, Scott heard, and when Bella agreed to go with Derek, Scott made a mental note to follow them to make sure that Derek would treat his beloved cousin right. He owed everything to Bella and Scott was determined to keep her safe. What are you thinking? Isaac asked Scott. Hale, he and Allison joined Scott and Kira. I'm thinking that I want to follow them on their date tomorrow to make sure Derek treats her right. Scott replied. I'm pretty sure she can take care of herself. And Derek might be a werewolf, but he seems like a good guy. He has manners and everything. Allison tried to argue, feeling like she needed to in order to respect some sort of girl code. Bella was important to her too. She had quickly proven to be like a sister to her. Bella does a lot for us all. I'm in. Isaac nodded, always loyal to Scott. Isaac was living with the McCalls now, in the guest bedroom, and Bella was now sleeping on the couch so that he could have a bedroom. He felt like he was part of the family thanks to her. He owed her. She also spent a lot of time helping him get over his past trauma, mainly linked to his father. He could now manage to be locked in a closed space without freaking out. If Styles was here, he'd be on board as well. Scott added, fine, I guess I'm in too. As long as it stays reasonable. We need to make sure Bella's fine. Allison agreed. The three of them turned to look at Kira, who smiled, happy to be included, and said, sure, sounds like fun. She replied, happy to have made so many friends already, especially with Scott. Bella was excited about her coming date with Derek. She had a good feeling about their relationship and she knew that she could trust him. He'd be loyal to her and he'd protect her even though she was capable of protecting herself. He had had bad luck in love as well, and she knew that they were both looking for the same thing, a chance to be happy with someone who loved them and trusted them. She was ready at the exact time he rang the doorbell, and she smiled when Scott opened the door and flashed his alpha eyes to play overprotective big brother, even though he was younger than her. It touched her to see that her cousin cared so much and that Derek took it well. Derek seemed more amused than threatened by Scott, but he still promised to be careful and kind. Derek was a perfect gentleman and drove Bella to a very fancy Italian restaurant. Of course they noticed immediately that Scott, Kira, Isaac and Allison were following them. Derek even smelled them, but they acted as though they didn't notice. When they entered the restaurant, which required reservations, Scott and his friends had to stay outside, but they managed to hear and see most of the date through the windows, which went very well. Thank you for tonight, I had a great time. Bella told Derek with a sincere smile. You're welcome, I hope we can do this again soon. He replied, is this you asking me out on a second date? She asked him. Yes, are you accepting? Of course, I'd love to. She nodded, feeling like the teenage girl she never really was. How about lunch tomorrow? I can't wait. She agreed. Maybe next time we should invite Scott and the others along though, so they don't have to hide outside and follow us. Derek joked. Nah, I think they trust you with me now. Scott just needed to know that you could be a gentleman. Bella laughed. Always. I might have been raised by wolves, but I'm not an animal. I've been raised to be a gentleman. Derek replied with humor. This date marked the beginning of her relationship with Derek Hale, and she couldn't help but feel like it was, somehow, meant to be. Of course, she had once before thought that she had met the one in the person of Edward Cullen, but this felt different, much stronger. It was easy to be with Derek. They were both strong, in their own way, and they even started training together. Derek didn't try to shelter her from the world. Once, about a week later, Bella was called for help in a small town a few hours away. It was a paid job that required her special Druid skills. Derek had gone with her, just to spend time with the girl he loved, happy that she was a good person, and not another psycho like Kate or Julia. He watched proudly and happily as she did her thing and helped the people who needed her, hoping that he'd get to stay in her life for a very long time. Charlie had been nervous and a bit worried when Bella had first decided to live in Beacon Hills, but he had to admit that it had done her a lot of good. Every time he had seen her since her graduation, when she came to visit him on that motorcycle of hers that he hated, he just looked more and more like herself. More complete and happier each time she came by. Of course he had formed a bond with Sheriff Noah Stilinski, father of Scott's best friend. The man liked Bella too, like a niece. And he felt protective of her because she had helped his son a lot. Charlie had called him once, introducing himself. Bella had told him about the sheriff being close to them, so he had tried his luck. They had talked for about 45 minutes that time, getting to know each other, bonding immediately. After that, they talked about once a week, a bit about Bella and what she was doing in town of course. But also other subjects. They had become friends. When he came in town for Bella's graduation, Stilinski had immediately offered a room to Charlie and they had used the opportunity to hang out together, have a beer. What a game together. When Bella decided that she wanted to study online and drive on a motorcycle around the country, Charlie had been worried too. He had talked with Renee but his ex-wife had brushed it off, claiming that it was normal. So he hadn't argued, even did his best to look supportive whenever he saw her. He did feel like something was a bit different about her. Sure, it was good that she had more confidence, more balance, but he sometimes wished he knew what was going on, really going on, in her life. Everything all right, Charlie? Billy asked him when he noticed how thoughtful he was. Sure, I'm just thinking about Bella. He replied. Something wrong with her? Billy asked, curious. I don't think so, no. Just last time she was here, did you notice how different she seemed? Charlie asked him. I mean, time passed, she's older now. She did seem a bit different, just, more herself, you know. Billy nodded. The last few times she came over. She took a walk in the woods and came back with a bag full of herbs, mushrooms and other thing that she dried out and put in small jars. When I asked her what she was going to do with it, she simply said that it was things she might need later, that she had been taking classes on medicinal herbs just for fun and that this was why she took them. Charlie replied, not convinced by his daughter's explanations. Maybe it was. I mean, before she left town she didn't seem like the nature kind of girl, but growing up definitely can change you. Maybe this knew her likes to be in nature. Maybe it was always in her but she ended to be away from her mother for a while before she discovered it. Billy replied, wondering if there could be a supernatural reason behind Bella's change. Maybe anyway, she's not on the road anymore. She's back in Beacon Hills, doing some tutoring until she gets her diploma. She's applied for a position at the local high school. Stilinski said she has every chance of getting it. She's popular. Kids love her. The principal told Noah that Bella would probably get the position. Charlie explained, unable to hide the pride from his voice. She's always been smart. Maybe being on the road helped her learn faster. If she had gone to college, she wouldn't have been able to learn this quickly. Billy added, true. Now, let's focus on this game, see who will win. Charlie shook his head, concentrating on the TV. Allison hung up from her daily phone call to her father. She knew that he was helping the Calaveras hunting someone but she was still worried. She hated not knowing what was going on and she knew that he was hiding something from her, something concerning the reason for his absence. Who or what could they possibly be hunting that required her father's presence? Why couldn't he tell her and why did he tell Bella but not her? She wasn't angry at Bella for keeping the secret. If she had asked her to keep a secret from her father for her, she'd and Bella to keep it and not tell her father so she couldn't be mad at her for doing just that. Still, she wished she knew what was going on and why her father felt that he couldn't know. Didn't Gerard once tell her that the women were the ones in charge in their family? In this case, shouldn't he have to tell her, even if she's his daughter? What's wrong, Allison? Bella asked her as she dropped off some groceries and came over to check on the younger woman. Every day, Bella came over to cook for Allison and spend some time with her, making sure she kept up with her schoolwork and that she didn't do anything she shouldn't be doing. She knew that Allison enjoyed speaking with her as well, feeling like she had a sister or something close to it. The young woman missed her mother and her auntie and Bella knew that Allison used her as a replacement. They spoke a lot about various subjects and Allison liked knowing that Bella was there if she ever needed advices or just to talk with someone. I don't like not knowing what my father is doing or even where he is. Allison confessed. What if I told you that I know exactly what he's doing and that he's perfectly safe? He can't tell you for your safety but he'll be perfectly fine. You just need to trust him, and me. Bella pleaded with her. Do you really believe that the Calaveras will have his back? Allison asked her. I do. They consider him like part of their family. They'll have his back, just like he'll have theirs. If you ever were in trouble, they'd have your back as well. She nodded. Very well. I trust you, Bella. I don't like that he's away but I trust you. Allison nodded and smiled before she asked Bella for her help with some homework. Don't worry. They only asked him to come along because, for some reason, their hunting won't be able to hurt him. He'll be a weapon they can use against their target. Bella added, feeling like Allison wouldn't drop it unless she knew more. Once they were done, Bella drove Allison, on her motorcycle, to Kira's house where Scott's entire pack was invited for dinner so they could hear the entire story from Kira's mother. She had told Scott, Bella and Kira, but Scott wanted everyone to hear it from her directly. Maybe one of the pack would hear an important detail that he had missed and that they'd be able to use to stop the Najitsun. Kira's mother was going to tell them how she had lost her great love and what made her call for one of the strongest Najitsun in the first place. It took her a long time and, by the time she was over, they were done with dessert and had even drank some tea. She had told them details that she hadn't told the first time around and felt like she was confessing a crime for some reason. Unlike her teacher husband, she wasn't used to speaking to so many people at the same time. I know that we'll be able to find a way to get rid of the Najitsun without killing Styles, but we can't look for a way when the Oni are after him, ready to kill him, or us, to get to him. Scott argues in a calm but authoritative tone. I usually don't trust werewolves, but you're special, Scott. You're building a strong pack around you and I believe that you can actually do it. Especially with a druid as strong as Bella by your side. The mother replied. Are you agreeing to call back the Oni then, Mom? Kira asked her. Yes, I am. They won't stand in your way and they'll be ready to come as soon as you ask for backup. She nodded. After that, everyone went back in their respective homes with the promise to meet back at Derek's loft the next day to decide on their next move. Bella went with Allison to her place and, once she was sure that the young woman was doing fine and didn't need her for anything, she drove back to Derek's place to spend the night with him. He wasn't expecting her but welcomed her happily, always happy to spend any moment he could with her. Are you still hungry? I could make you something if you want, Derek offered Bella some time later. When they were in bed. I'm fine, I ate enough earlier, but thanks for the offer. I'll collect on it in the morning. She smiled, happy to be in his arms. Happily, he smiled back, kissing her before they started on round 2. The next day, they all met right after school in Derek's loft. Bella was already there. She had stayed the entire day after waking up in his arms because she wanted to spend some quality time with Derek and they had decided to train their fighting skills, each using all of their abilities. It had started very friendly but as they went on, it looked more and more like foreplay. When Scott and his friends arrived after school, they walked in on Bella and Derek. Derek held Bella, her back to his front, and had his mouth on her neck. He as kissing her softly and she was smiling, a small blush on her cheeks. Hot, Isaac commented before Scott and Allison hit him on the back of the head. Of course his comment had gotten the couple's attention and they separated. Scott smiled when he saw his cousin's blush deepen. At least this hadn't changed when she became a druid. What's going on? Derek asked them when he saw that they looked worried. Styles' father called. Styles escaped from Icon House during the night. Scott told them. When did he call you? Bella asked him, going to check her phone to see if he had left her a message too. Just as we got out of class. Scott told her while everyone else sat around the loft. I have to go, Bella declared, suddenly feeling like she was being called away temporarily. Go, where? Derek asked her at the same time as Scott did. Both were worried about the sudden distant look on her face. I have to meet someone, I'm not sure why. I'll be back soon though, I know it. Wait for me here, behave. Bella told them before she grabbed her jacket, her keys, kissed Derek quickly on the lips and left in a hurry, before Derek could ask her if she wanted him to come along. Following her druid instinct, Bella ended up stopping her motorcycle in front of a young woman, about the same age as Scott and Styles, and she realized that this was Malia, the one Scott and Styles had helped bring back home a few weeks ago. The were Coyote. My name is Bella Swan. Do you need my help? Bella asked her curiously. I'm looking for Scott McCall. Malia replied in a strong voice while being on her guards, ready to fight. He's my cousin. Hop on the back if you want, I'll drive you to him. It'll be quicker, Bella offered. Malia seemed to consider refusing and running for a while before she nodded and climbed behind Bella. Her inner instinct told her that she could trust that young woman in front of her and she was used to listening to her instinct over reason. When Bella arrived back at Derek's loft, everyone was still waiting for her and so she introduced Malia to everyone. Malia told them that Styles asked her to bring the broken sword to them right before the Najitsun took control of him again. She told them most of what happened between her and Styles and finished with. Styles said you could help me get control, that you'd help me change back. Malia said, looking at Scott. I'd be happy to, But you don't mind waiting until we have Styles back, do you? Scott asked her. No, of course not. I should go and spend some time with my father until then. You know where to find me when you're ready, she told Scott before she turned around and left. She's not even going to offer her help? Allison asked incredulously once Malia had left, refusing Bella's offer to be driven home. She spent the last few years of her life in the woods, living like an animal, following her instinct. She needs time to act like a human again. I imagine helping others doesn't come naturally to her anymore. In the animal kingdom, it's often natural to put yourself first and not care about others. She brought us this, she did her part. Now we do ours, Bella explained. You're probably right, Allison replied while Lydia nodded. So, what do we do now? Isaac asked. Well, first we need to catch Styles, Scott told them. And Kira needs to go to her parents, they'll help her reforge the sword. Bella added. What then? Kira asked. I might have an idea to separate Styles and the Najitsun, Bella told them while she sat down next to Derek. How? Derek asked her, knowing everyone was wondering the same thing. We simply go and get him. And by we, I mean Scott and Lydia. Derek, you need to show Scott how to get into someone's mind. He goes into both Styles and Lydia's heads, bringing Lydia along in Styles' mind. And together they find the real Styles and call him, make him come back to us. Then Scott bites the Najitsun to change him back into something that can be trapped. But how do we trap it? Allison asked. I don't think we can do it the same way my mother did. Kira shook her head. Not exactly, no, but I have a plan. Don't worry, it'll work. We'll take care of that part, Bella told them, pointing to Derek and herself. What now? How do we get Styles? Kira asked. That's something you're all going to have to work on together. While you look for him and capture him, Derek and I will work on finding the way to trap him afterwards, Bella told them. They all nodded and left the loft. Once they were all gone, Derek looked at Bella. So, how do we do it? I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but I need your Triskelion box. It was made by Deepening with the Niemtans wood before your mother cut it. I know it's important to you, but Bella stopped, looking for the right words. I understand. Don't worry. The box isn't what's important to me, what's inside is. I'll find another box to place them in, he smiled before he added. Come on, let's go and get it. It's in my family's vault. They both climbed into his car and Derek told her how he used the claws in the box. I asked Lydia to come and help me. I wanted to speak with my mother some more. And she helped me do it by using the claws. Thanks to her I know I'll be able to do it again sometimes. It gave me closure, but also she told me that she took a memory from Peter Malia Tate, the one who brought us the sword. She's Peter's daughter. Her mother is an evil woman called the Desert Wolf, a mercenary who wants to kill her daughter for revenge because in her species the mother loses half of her power when she gives birth. She wants that power back, and the only way she knows how is to kill her on a full moon. My mother asked me to protect Malia, to keep an eye on her. She's family, Derek told Bella. Then we will, she smiled. We, he asked her. You're not alone, Derek. But you know that you'll have to tell her the truth, right? No matter how hard the truth is, she deserves to know it. She won't like knowing who her real parents are, but she should be proud of the fact that she's a Hale, like you. I do. I'll wait until we have Styles back and I will do it. Maybe while helping Scott help her get control. He nodded. In the end, Derek placed his mother's claws in the same box as the Triskelion medallion he learned control with and gave Bella the box, knowing her idea was a smart one. You know, you could have come in the vault with me, Derek told Bella once he joined her outside. I know, but I had to keep watch. At this hour, there could be people around, wondering why there is suddenly a door here. She smiled. You're right, I'll show it to you another time. He smiled. Absolutely, she nodded. Since Scott and his friends had managed to get a weakened Styles tied up in his place, they decided to head there directly and to not waste any more time. So, I know we're quite busy right now, but what would you say to going on another date with me once this is all over? He asked her. I'd love to, you know it. She smiled. I'm glad you're not another psychopath murderer, Derek let out before he kissed her, making Bella chuckle. Oh, so am I, she joked. I mean, I have a bad dating history. The women I'm interested in usually turn out to be evil in some way. He explained. I get it, don't worry. Julia, Kate Styles and Scott told me all about it. I didn't exactly have the best taste either, until now that is. She replied. I think I remember hearing Styles and Scott talking about an Edward that broke your heart. Derek nodded. He did more than that, but it doesn't matter now. It took me a while, but I'm over it. Let's go to Scott's house. Bella replied after reading a text message saying that they had managed to give Evil Styles a sedative. And to bring him back to Scott's house, where they used Conima venom to keep him in place while they tried to separate him. Deep down, Derek was thinking about Parrish, the new young deputy. Dee crossed him a couple times lately and he had seemed interested in Bella. Of course she hadn't noticed, but what if she did? Would she leave him for the deputy, or did she truly love him? When Bella and Derek arrived, Styles was tied up and gagged on the couch while everyone was around him, glaring angrily at the boy who looked extremely pale. Quickly, Derek showed Scott where to place his claws, in order to get into their minds, and he did. How do we know if it's working? Allison asked worriedly. I think something significant will happen. Derek replied. I'll know it. Right now they're both trapped in a changed memory. They need to shake themselves and remember where they are and why. Bella replied. You know what's going on in there? Kira asked her. I do. Scott just shook himself. Idiot Najitsun tried to keep him in by using an old memory of him and Allison. He apparently doesn't know that Scott moved on and wants something else, someone else. Scott remembered right on time. Bella explained, giving Kira a knowing look that made the new girl blush and smile. What about Lydia? Allison asked. She just pulled out as well. She's joining Scott now. Bella explained. I hope they manage to do it. Isaac whispered. They will. They just managed to get the real Styles' attention. Bella exclaimed before Scott and Lydia woke up and Styles started coughing. There, in front of their eyes. Styles starting throwing up some sort of bandages and black fog. Be ready to act, remember that he's a trickster. Be ready for anything, Bella warned them as the group spread all around Styles and the Najitsun. Before they could say anything, they were facing two people. Styles and a bandaged man. Don't move, any of you. Scott ordered while Kira called her mother and asked her to send the Oni their way. While Kira called her mother, the bandaged man took the bandages out and turned out to be Styles too. One of them isn't Styles. Bella remembered them while both Styles tried to convince them that they were the real one. Tired of hearing them and not knowing who was the real one, they used some more Conima venom to keep them both in place until the Oni arrived. Thankfully, the sun was starting to set in. Less than 30 minutes later, Kira's mother arrived, the last few Oni standing behind her. Once they knew for sure who was the real Styles, they pulled him to the side. And Scott bit the Najitsun while Kira stabbed him with her sword. When the fox spirit turned back into a firefly-like creature, Bella opened Derek's box and trapped him inside. Is it over? Allison asked. For now, Bella nodded. What do we do with this thing? Isaac asked. We can't destroy it, but we can keep it in my family's vault. It will be safe there. I'll put a note on it to say what's inside and not to open it. We never know, Derek replied. And that's it, we just go back to our lives. Kira asked. Yes, things will hopefully calm down now. Scott smiled. At least for a while. Isaac added. Good, we could all use some quiet time. Bella nodded. I have to go and see my dad. Styles declared, wanted to check on him. Of course, rest as well, you need it. Bella told Styles, who nodded before he left them. So, Bella, what do you say to a date with me tonight? Derek asked his girlfriend. Oh, you know I'm always up for that. She replied with a smile. Maybe even a breakfast date after. He suggested with a flirting smile. Sounds even better. She smiled back. And some lunch? He asked with a chuckle, tempting his luck. Absolutely. Maybe even another dinner, she replied before she kissed him. As she followed Derek out, Bella heard her cousin asking Kira out on a date as well and the others making similar plans. Lydia was going to join Aiden and double date with Ethan and Danny. Allison and Isaac were going to go watch a movie. Somewhere in Alaska, Alice stopped what she was doing, rearranging a vase full of flowers, and gasped. What is it? Jasper asked her. Everyone else had gone hunting for now. I just saw Bella. It's been so long since I caught anything from her, I wasn't expecting it. She replied nervously. They were so taken in each other their conversation that they didn't notice that their family was coming back and could already hear them. Is something wrong? Jasper asked her, feeling her every emotion. I'm not sure. She was older. Which makes sense, I guess, and she was in her underwear. It's good. She finally has good tastes in clothes. Her underwear matched, and it was very pretty lingerie. She was in a bedroom and Air was a werewolf with blue eyes growling at her. It was very short though, just a few seconds. He was slightly taller than her, short brown hair, she relied, replaying the 3 seconds vision in her head. Bella, she's in danger. Where you even going to tell me? Edward exclaimed, breaking the front door in the process of coming inside. I just got the V-zone, Edward. Alice replied while Jasper growled at his brother. She needs our help, Edward exclaimed. We can't know that. The vision was barely 3 seconds long. We don't know what it meant. Alice shook her head, trying to look for more but being unable to. She told Edward that she didn't want to have anything to do with us. Let her deal with whatever is after her. Rosalie replied. Jasper's head snapped at Edward. Why are you feeling guilty, Edward? You were simply worried, but after Rosalie spoke, you felt guilt. Why? Jasper asked. Edward, Carlisle asked. I lied to all of you back then. I'm the one who broke up with Bella. Because I wanted her to have a normal life, without us in it. I knew that she wouldn't give up on us and on her plan to be a vampire someday, so I took her for a walk in the woods and I broke up with her. Edward confessed in front of his unbelieving family, he told them in detail how he left Bella and every lie he told her. She thinks we abandoned her. Emmett's voice boomed all over the house. You broke up with her in the woods. How could you be so insensitive? Esme roared angrily at Edward. How could you keep the secret all these years, Edward? You saw how it affected Emmett, Alice, Esme and Carlisle. We've all been plagued by your decision since that day and you only speak up now. Rosalie replied angrily. I thought this was what was best for her. Edward defended himself, eing in all of their minds that they were all furious with him. As always, you thought that you knew better than everyone else and you took matter into your own hands to impose your will on that poo. Our girl without caring about the consequences it would have on the rest of us. Esme snapped. We have to find her, tell her the truth, make amends. Emmett spoke up. Would she even want us to? It's been a long time. She grew older. She's not a teenage girl anymore but a young woman. She has a life of her own. Jasper shook his head. But my vision, if she's really in danger, we have to help her, I mean. There was a newspaper in the background. It's not supposed to happen before a few weeks so we have time to find her, but still. Alice shook her head, trying to look for every possible detail in her 3 seconds vision. We could move there, save her if she needed and try to make amends. If she wants us to leave, then we will leave. Without arguing with her, Carlisle suggested. The newspaper I saw was of a town called Beacon Hills, in California. Alice informed them and already Jasper and Emmett were doing research. Maybe we should gather wolfsbane. I mean, Alice did see a werewolf with blue eyes, meaning it's a killer. We should be harmed to fight him. Edward suggested in a small voice, seeing that everyone was still angry with him. They have a hospital that's hiring, Carlisle. Several houses for rent or for sale. One of them is very large and close to the woods. We won't be able to go out anytime we want because it's quite sunny, but it should be enough to help Bella. Jasper informed them. I'll send them my resume then. Carlisle nodded. I hope she'll be fine and that she'll forgive us. Alice whispered. Don't you see the outcome of our meeting? Rosalie asked her sister. No, I don't see much when it comes to Bella. This short vision is the first I had in years. I think my last vision of her was when she decided to move in with her aunt. Or the tiny glimpse of her graduation. Alice shook her head. She's still our Bella, Emmett told Alice, who smiled enthusiastically at him. You better behave yourself, Edward, and remember that Bella's grown up, she's not yours anymore. Rosalie snapped at Edward, who was about to add something. Don't screw this up for the rest of us, you've done enough already. Jasper warned him as well. Edward looked down but nodded. He followed his family's lead and started packing. He still loved Bella, and deep down he knew that he always would, but they were right, she had to have grown up. Humans changed with time and years. She probably wasn't his Bella anymore. He couldn't help but think about the time that passed. Had she met someone? Did she have sex with them? He knew that the probability that she was still a virgin were low. But a part of him couldn't help but hope that she'd still be one. A part of him couldn't help but hope that she'd still be the same old Bella, in love with him. He'd come in her life, saw her from the werewolf Alice had seen in her vision, and she'd run back into his arms. Don't count on it, Edward. She's older, I doubt you'd have any luck with her now. Jasper warned Edward, having felt and interpreted his emotions. He didn't answer, but he could hear, on the other side of the house, Carlisle and Esme whispering about keeping a close eye on him, making sure he didn't cross any lines. And it upset him to be considered like a misbehaving child when he was so old already. He'd show them that they were wrong. It had been 2 days since Styles had been freed from the Najitsun and things were good for now. Bella and Derek had gone on 2 dates, one each day, and loved spending time together so much that they were barely apart anymore. They were good together, they fit well and understood each other. That was Scott. Malia will meet him this afternoon to learn her control. Styles is picking her up. Bella informed her boyfriend. Do you think we should meet her there and just tell her who she is? He asked her. I do, but maybe wait until her first training session is over. Anyway, Styles and Scott should know about it too. She probably thinks that the accident that caused her mother and sister's death is her fault. Learning that it was caused by her birth mother might help her feel better and make it easier for her to learn control, but it still won't be easy to hear for her. You're right. Well, that leaves us with a few hours of freedom, Derek hinted before Bella chuckled and let him kiss her, knowing they'd probably end up in his bed once more. So much time to kill, whatever shall we do? She joked, accepting his kiss and kissing him back. She loved how easy it was for her and Derek to be together. They just clicked, like they had been meant to be. It also scared her a little because it had felt that way too with Edward, but she had decided to take a leap of faith and to trust that it would work out between them. Derek was much more open than Edward. He was not hiding that he wanted her in every way and that he respected her choices. He didn't try to control her every move either, even when he didn't agree with what she wanted to do. He didn't take decisions for her either. He had even confessed, just the day before, that he was worried that she'd end up leaving him for someone else someday, realizing that she was too good for him, that she could do better. Derek had mentioned the fact that the newest deputy, Jordan Parrish, was obviously interested in her. They had seen and spoken with him when they had driven Styles to his father, once everything was solved. But Bella had reassured him. Of course Parrish was handsome, but she loved Derek. That's when they first exchanged the much-desired 3 words, and that she didn't feel anything other than respect for Parrish. She, too, wanted to be with Derek, in every way, for as long as possible in this world. That's new. I didn't notice it before. Bella realized. They were in his bedroom, getting dressed once more, and she only now realized that he had several new pieces of furniture in there. Well, you spend so much time here, I figured I should make it more comfortable. This way you can store your clothes here, he explained with a smile, making Bella smile back at him fondly. It was small gestures like this that showed her that he loved her. He always thought forward, and he knew what she'd want. What would make her comfortable. When Bella and Derek finally made it to Scott's house, Melissa was about to leave for work and she let them both in on her way out. Hand in hand, they climbed the steps to Scott's room and arrived right when Malia managed to get her claws out for the first time, earning herself applause from Styles and a bright smile from her new alpha. Good timing, guys. Malia just did it, Styles told them with a bright smile on his face. Congratulations, Malia. Bella smiled. Thanks. Scott said that you needed to talk to me. The girl asked them curiously. Yes, it won't be easy for you to hear what we have to tell you, but we think it's important that you know. Derek told her. All right, I'm listening. She nodded. Why don't you sit down, first? Bella advised. Once Malia was sitting between Scott and Styles, Derek and Bella exchanged a look and Bella started to talk. Do you know that you were adopted? She asked Malia in a careful voice. Yes, I do now. My father told me when I came back from Icon House. Does it have to do with what you have to tell me? Malia nodded. Yes, it does. At first we wanted to tell you when you're alone, but Bella figured that you might need friends once you know the truth, but if you want Scott and Styles to leave, they will. Derek replied. No, I trust them. Malia nodded, already considering Scott and Styles as friends and members of her pack. Did they tell you about my family? Derek asked her. Yes, Styles told me everything yesterday. The fire, your uncle, your sisters, everything. Good. We have to tell you has to do with my Uncle Peter. Derek started to say. The crazy killer who's now dead? She asked in a calm voice. Yes, him. There is no easy way to announce this, so I'm going to come out and say it. Peter is your father, though he didn't remember it because my mother, his sister and a powerful alpha, had taken the memory of it all from him to protect you. Derek spoke carefully, trying to make it easier to accept for Malia. It was silent for a few seconds. Malia seemed deep in thoughts but remained calm enough. My protection, what does it mean? Was he crazy back then too? She asked Derek. He wasn't exactly sane, but he hid it well. She hid you to protect you from your birth mother. He replied, trying to sound as friendly as possible. My birth mother? She asked, and this time, it's Bella who answered her. She's a bounty hunter who uses the code name of Desert Wolf. I've made a file for you with everything I managed to find about her. Styles' dad helped me, but it might not be the kind of information you want to know. She's really a bad person. Bella warned her before she handed Malia a red file she had carried in her purse. Malia took the file and nodded, still unsure if she was going to read it or not. For now, she kept it closed but in her hand. I've added a couple of pictures of her so that you know what she looks like, in case she comes around here. Bella added, I don't get it though. I get that she's a bad person, but I'm her daughter. Why was I in danger from her? Was it because they were afraid I'd become bad like her? Malia asked Derek and Bella. No, Malia, I in the were coyote species. When a female gives birth to a daughter, she gives half of her power to that daughter. My mother called it an incredible gift to pass along to a child, but your mother, she called it theft. She wanted that power back and probably still does. I know all of this because Lydia helped me get in touch with my mother by using her claws. Anyway, we have good reasons to believe that the desert wolf was behind the accident that killed your mother and sister. Derek replied, it was on a full moon. She was going to kill me. This is why they died. It wasn't because I changed, it's not my fault. She asked him and he nodded. It's not your fault, it never was. It's hers. Now listen, Malia, I know that finding out who your parents are isn't easy, especially in this case. But know that it does nothing to change who you are. You get to make that choice and you're not alone. You're my cousin, no matter what. It doesn't matter that your last name is Tate. You'll always be a Hale to me, and no matter what you need, I'll be there for you. Derek told her, how can you be sure that I won't turn out evil like them? Malia asked him, it's nature versus nurture, Malia. It doesn't matter who gave you your DNA. What matters is who loves you, who you love, and the people you have in your life. People change people, it's one of the secret of humanity. The ability to be good is in everyone, it's the choices we make along the way that matter. Bella told her encouragingly, smiling when she remembered hearing something similar in one of the few TV shows she had watched when she was a kid, Boy Meets World. I don't want to be like them. Malia decided. Then you've chosen the right group of friends. None of us will ever let you become like them. None of us will ever give up on you. Scott intervened. Thanks. Malia nodded. Scott's right, he never gives up. None of us do. Bella smiled. Now Malia, there's something else I'd like to tell you about. In the family vault, I'll show you where it is and how to get in later. There is some money that used to belong to Peter. Now that he's dead, it's yours. I suggest taking what you eat for now and waiting until you're 18 or 21 to get the rest. Just know that no matter which college you want to go to, you can afford it, along with a few bad decisions. Derek told his cousin, who nodded, obviously not caring about the money. Already, Derek was planning on taking a couple of millions the next day and placing them in a special bank account for Malia, just in case she made why bad decisions and ended up with nothing. You also need to be careful, the desert wolf is still alive and she could still come for you, to take her powers back. She can only do it during the full moon and the process would kill you. Don't stay alone on these nights, not until we know she's caught. Bella warned her. Thank you, really. Malia nodded. How will you know she's caught? Are you leaving to catch her? Scott asked his cousin, worried. No, not me. I want to stay in town now. But a few friends of mine are after her, friends I've made along the way. I told them that she was after one important to me and that catching her was urgent. Even the official human law wants her. I don't think she'll stay free much longer, but you never know, better be prepared. I'll place protections against her in the places you guys usually hang out and around Malia's house as well, better safe than sorry. Bella replied. I had nightmares about that night, lots of them. A tall angry woman on the road, forcing my mother to drive off to the side. The fear and shock triggering my change. I thought it was just my imagination, my mind trying to help me make peace with everything. Now I know it's all real. It's all her fault, not mine, Malia told them in a small voice. Will you be okay? Derek asked her. Yes, thank you. I'd like to talk to you some more later though. She replied. Of course, no problem. You know where to find me. You'll always be welcome there, even if what you need is a place to stay, even if you don't want to talk. You can always come over. If I'm not there, just make yourself at home. Derek replied before he left with Bella. Indeed, since he owned the entire building anyway, Derek had renovated a few lofts. One of them was lived in by the twins and he had offered a room to Isaac as well, but the beta liked to live with Scott and Melissa McCall. It made him feel like he had a family, a loving one. And Melissa didn't mind. Isaac wasn't hard to have around. And she knew that he was an extra protection for her son and especially herself. The rest of the lofts and apartments of the building, Derek decided to rent a few of them, to make sure that money kept on coming in. And he kept the 2 small one-room apartments in case he needed a room for a member of the pack. A week after Bella and Derek had told Malia the truth about her birth parents, Chris Argent came back in town. He was unharmed but tired and satisfied because they had managed to catch his sister and to keep her alive. It hadn't been easy, but he had managed to convince Araya to give Kate a chance to learn control and to become a good person, even though she was already a terrible human being before she was bitten. He quickly thanked Bella for being there for his daughter before she left them alone, knowing that they'd need to talk a bit. Before she left, Bella and Chris exchanged a look that told her what she needed to know. Kate had been stopped, but she wasn't dead, she was still alive for now. She'd get the details later, she wasn't worried. So, you've been gone a while. Where have you been? Bella said that you were safe but nothing else. I deserve to know. I'm not a child anymore, Dad. Allison insisted. I know you do, I just didn't want you to know about this before it was over. Her father nodded. Why? What did you do? She asked him, trying to hide that he had hurt her feelings. Your Aunt Kate is alive. I found out only recently that Peter turned her when he slashed her neck. I had no idea, didn't even consider that she could be changing, but the Calaveras did. The Mexicans were hunting her and Bella warned me so that I could save her if I wanted to. I joined them and convinced them to let me make the decision and to forgive her for not killing herself like the code dictated. They finally agreed, and when we caught her, I took her to a place I know in France. She's locked up and will learn control and be rehabilitated so that maybe, one day, she'll be freed and allowed to hang around people without risks. It'll take some work because, as you remember, even as a human, her morality wasn't exactly the best, or she wouldn't have burnt down the Hale house when it was full of people, including children. I asked Bella not to tell you. I didn't want you to put yourself in danger by trying to chase her. He confessed. Rehabilitated? She asked him, trying to hide how hurt and angry she was by the fact that he hadn't told her what he was doing before he left. You have to remember that Kate set the Hale house on fire, she killed innocents, and this isn't right. Where she is, she'll learn to see the error of what she did and to behave better. It will take time, but it will be worth it. He explained. I want to see her. Allison demanded, her face hard as stone. No, Allison, you can't. At least not right away. You need to trust that I know what's best for you. Chris argued. Why can't I see my aunt? I want to speak with her. Allison argued back. Allison, no, I don't want a repeat of what happened with Gerard last year. You're too suggestible. I can't trust that she won't manipulate you once more. Kate's good at that. Shish. E did it with Derek when they were in school. She did it to you when she came back. I won't have it. I know it's not easy, but it's no. Maybe next summer, if everything goes well for Kate, if she's made progress, but not now. Chris ordered in a hard voice. Suggestible. You think I'm weak? She yelled. I'm not speaking of physical weakness, Allison, and you know it. You've let them get under your skin too easily in the past, and I have to put my foot down for this. I have to protect you. All it takes to go down the dark road is one step, one action you can't come back from. I won't have that, he told her, trying his best not to yell at her. Fine, be like that. I'm going out, unless you think Isaac will get under my skin too. Allison replied sarcastically before she grabbed her jacket and slammed the front door behind her. About 15 minutes later, a worried Chris received a text message from Bella informing him that Allison had just arrived at Scott's house and that she was going to try and calm her down. He thanked her and went into his office to do some work. He was glad his daughter had someone like Bella in her life. She was a kind woman and a good guide for the teenagers. Hee-ho, pet, her plans to be hired at the high school would work. So you're sleeping on the couch when you're spending the night here? Derek asked Bella as they cuddled in front of the TV at the McCall house. Derek found it refreshing to have small moments like this, normal moments. Yes, for now. I let Isaac have the guest bedroom. I'm looking for a place to rent for myself though. She told him. Why? Because I don't want to sleep on my aunt's couch forever, silly. She chuckled. I know that, but why look for a place of your own? Why not move in with me? He asked her seriously. Move in with you? Is this something you'd want? She asked him. They hadn't been together that long, but she didn't feel like this was rushed or anything of the sort. She wanted it. Deep down, she wanted to take the chance. Even though it scared her a little. If it weren't, I wouldn't be asking. Plus, aren't you the one who said that my place needed a woman's touch? And I got all these new pieces of furniture Are you? There's definitely room for your motorcycle in my garage, he smiled back at her. Are you sure? It's an important step to take. Definitely a serious one, she warned him. I know. I want to take it with you. Don't answer now and think about it. I'll ask you again later, he suggested, already picturing himself asking her while presenting a set of keys to his place with a bow on it, or in a pretty box, or in a box with a bow. All right then, she nodded before she kissed him. Deep down, she knew that she'd accept. She wanted to take that chance, and she knew that she'd sleep much better in his arms, in his bed, than she would on this couch. When the door opened, they broke apart to see who had come in. It was a very angry-looking Allison. She nodded in Bella's way, letting her know had she understood why she had kept her father's secret, and rushed up the stairs to Isaac. I better text her father to warn him that she's okay and here so he doesn't worry, Bella told Derek. I got there that she didn't like what her father was doing, he suggested. I think she's angry that he didn't tell her because he was afraid she'd let herself be manipulated by Kate again. She thinks that means her father thinks she's weak and it angers her. She's hurt in her pride. Like every teenager her age, she wants to be treated like an adult, but she's not ready yet. Bella replied. You think they'll be okay? He asked her. I know they will. They just need time. She smiled, resting her head on his shoulder. And maybe your magical touch and great advice? He asked, already knowing her answer. Of course. She nodded, amused. Upstairs, things weren't going the way Allison had expected it to. Isaac and Scott were taking her father's side, and it was making her very angry. How dare they? They were supposed to be her friends. Isaac was even her boyfriend. Didn't they have to be on her side and to agree with her? Couldn't they at least pretend? No, instead, they spoke out in favor of her father, to defend his point of view, and it angered her that they were making sense. She didn't want them to be right. Before things could get too bad, Bella intervened and suggested they had a girls' night, that they all needed it. Allison agreed, and they both headed to Lydia's lake house, where Lydia and Kira would join them. On the way, they stopped to invite Malia along. Wanting to get along well with her new pack and to make friends, Malia agreed. What are the boys doing tonight? Malia asked Bella once she got in the car with them. Indeed, Derek had offered Bella to trade for the night. He'd use her motorcycle and she'd use his car. They'll hang out at Derek's, probably order pizzas and watch sports or something of the sort. Maybe watch an action movie. Unless Styles gets his way and forces them all to finally watch Star Wars so that they can finally understand his references. Bella replied with a smile. He might end up locking them all in so that they don't have a choice but to watch it. Bella knew that Malia was more comfortable with the boys of the pack, and she was happy to see that she was at least trying to make an effort to get along with the girls, to get to know them. Over the course of the night, Bella managed to help Allison calm down and understand her father's point of view. She managed to admit that he had done the right thing, that he was only protecting her because she was all he had left, and the next morning, she went home to apologize for her reaction and the incident was forgotten. As it turned out, Malia got along pretty well with the other girls. Once she took the time to get to know them, she realized that she had a few things in common with each of them and that they were pretty good company to keep. A few days later, Bella and Derek were having dinner together in a fancy restaurant when he asked her once more to move in with him, presenting her with a set of keys to his place with a pretty red bow on them. Of course she agreed. There was nothing she wanted more than this at the moment. I've even gotten the internet installed so you can keep on taking your online classes there without having to go out each time, he added once she had agreed. That's great. She smiled brightly. He had also installed an office for her in one of the rooms upstairs, where she'd have a desk, a comfortable chair, shelves to put her books, anything she could want really. And the best thing is that if we ever argue and you don't want to sleep with me, one of us can use one of the empty one-bedroom apartment I'm keep for emergencies. Derek chuckled. For future references, a fallback option in case of an argument isn't the best way to get someone to move in with you. Bella chuckled. Noted. You're still going for a teaching degree? Yes, I am. I like it when I tutor people. I do see myself teaching in a class full of people later. Until then, I've applied for a counselor's position at the high school. Given everything that's going on, they don't have many candidates, and even if I'm still studying, I have several recommendation letters, and given the fact that my grades are very high, I have a fair chance at the position. I have the minimum required diploma. I'm hopeful, she informed him. You know that if it's about money, I have plenty, you don't have to work, he reminded her, willing to share all he had with her. It's nice of you, but money isn't the only reason I'm doing it. If it was, I'd get back on the road and be a supernatural bounty hunter once more. If they hire me, I'll be close to Scott and the rest of the pack in case something happens. She replied, true, that's a smart move, he nodded. And even later, I mean, there will always be supernatural teens in Beacon Hills. It's always a good idea to have someone at the school who knows about them and is able to help them if they ever need it. Bella added, true, I would have loved to have someone like you there when I studied. Every time I had problems with my control it would have helped, he smiled. Did you take Malia to the vault yet? Yes, I did. I showed her where her money was, told her that I've placed some in a bank account for her, and she took a few more to store at her house, just in case. The rest will stay in the vault until she needs it. If she doesn't, it'll be for her children. Derek replied. Is she planning on spending it yet? No, I don't think she cares that much about money. As long as she has friends and family around her, she'll be fine. When she lived in the woods, she didn't have any material possessions, and because of that, money doesn't mean much to her right now. Well, she's starting school tomorrow morning. That's got to be interesting for everyone. I think Styles and Isaac have been betting on her doing weird things in class or something. And Lydia has been coaching her so that she doesn't do anything weird. Bella smiled, amused. Well, even if she does, she'll be fine. I trust Scott. He's a better alpha than I would have ever been. Derek replied. Alpha or not, you're my wolf now. Bella smiled, flirting and eager to get back to Derek in her place. She loved that he had a place for her in his life and that he was letting her make her own decision. She had thought that she was finally herself and complete when she became a druid, but now that she was with Derek, she was even more herself. Somehow, he helped her be more herself. They completed each other and made each other better. In Alaska, the Cullen family was packing. They had bought an almost perfect house in Beacon Hills. Carlisle would start at the hospital soon after they moved in, and even though finding Bella was harder because Alice couldn't see anything, they were hopeful. Kids, were all signed up to start school a couple of weeks after their move as well. We'll have to be careful, it's California. We won't be able to be at school often, you better plan for a good excuse to explain it, Carlisle. Rosalie frowned. I've looked online. Even though it's California, it's cloudy enough most of the time. Plus, with the woods and all, the usual excuse of family hiking should work. Jasper replied. If it doesn't, you'll pull us out and say that we'll be homeschooled and it'll be fine. Rosalie added. I can't see much. Whatever is blocking Bella is also blocking me from seeing the town and our life there. We'll have to see when we get there. Alice shook her head, nervous. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Esme smiled reassuringly. Edward didn't speak. They were all still pretty angry with him, and every time he tried to speak, one of them ended up snapping at him. He decided to be discreet until they had Bella back in their life. Then, they'd all forgive him. A couple of weeks after applying for the position of counselor at the high school, Bella was informed that she had gotten the job, mainly because of all the recommendation letters she had gotten from respected members of the town like the sheriff or Dr. Deeton, but also from students Scott and his friends, who asked that they hired her because it was easy to talk to her and she gave great advices, and some parents like Lydia's mom, Melissa, and Mr. Argent. Though she believed the fact that very few people wanted the job in the first place helped her get the position, in any other town, she probably wouldn't Avenue gotten it since she didn't have any experience at all and she hadn't gotten all the diplomas she wanted, though she had the minimum. She now lived officially with Derek, who had let her decorate his loft the way she wanted. Not that she had changed much. He was too happy to have her with him, to have her loving him as much as he loved her, to complain about anything. He'd even let her put up ink curtains with unicorns on it if she wished it, but was thankful that it wasn't her style. He had never felt that amount of love before, for anyone. Her name was even on the mailbox next to his, and even if it was a small detail, they both liked seeing their names side by side. In a short amount of time, she had become his everything, and he knew that she felt the same way. He knew that the reason she was scared of the depth of their feelings was because of her vampire ex, and, sometimes, he wished the vampires would come in his town to look for her, then he'd be able to give them a piece of his mind and make them pay for ever hurting his Bella. Still, they were happy. Even when fighting supernatural villains, they managed to remain blissfully happy together. Derek even caught himself thinking about marrying Bella. He played with her name in his mind. Bella Swan. Hale. Bella Swan Hale. He planned on waiting a bit before asking her though, because he wanted to do things right, and for that, he needed to get a blessing from her father and her mother. They had talked of going to see them during the summer, so he would get the opportunity to do so then. He even had gotten his grandmother's ring out of the family vault for her. He had hesitated between his mother's ring and his grandmother's, but thought that his grandmother's ring would fit her best. His mother's ring, on the other side, would be perfect for his sister Cora, so he kept it aside for her. He dreamt of a small house, with a backyard and a white picket fence around it for them. Something close to the woods, maybe something not so small, with room for lots of children. She made him dream of a beautiful future for the two of them. He was even thinking of rebuilding his old family home, maybe not exactly the same, but in the same place. After Bella's first day, Derek picked her up and took her for ice cream, where the rest of the pack met them, to celebrate a good day. They were all happy to have her around during the day, and they knew that they could trust her if anything happened. She'd be there for them, to help them find solutions while staying in school. Maybe none of them would fail any class this year. She had put a note in their files saying that she was seeing them. This way, if anything happened in school, if they lost control, they'd go and get her. Styles had tried to skip one of his classes on the pretense that something was going on in the sheriff's radio and that they needed his help. Bella immediately caught him. Being a druid, it was easy for her to catch a student skipping, especially one like Styles. He had complained that he had something important to do, but she forced him back to class with a smile, stating that whatever emergency he heard from his police radio, he'd be able to catch up to it after class. That his father could handle it until then, especially since Derek was in the sheriff's speed dial in case he found himself face to face with anything supernatural. Plus, if he really needed him, which Bella doubted he ever did, he'd call the school. Every day after school, Bella would spend some time with Lydia, helping her learn and control her banshee powers. She wanted the young woman to be able to use them anytime she needed them, and, thanks to a few banshees journals she had gathered, Bella was able to do just that. She was also trying to locate older and more experienced banshees, but it wasn't easy, though it didn't stop Bella from looking. Between the contacts she had, the one Derek and Argents had shared with her, she was confident that she'd find better help for Lydia soon enough. Training Lydia was easy, especially since Aiden, the twin who loved her, agreed to let them experiment on him. He knew that he had done a lot of bad things, and he wanted to make up for it and to earn his place in Scott's pack. He and his brother knew how lucky they were to be accepted by the true Alpha, and they didn't want to do anything to jeopardize their place in this pack, this family. Needless to say that Deepening was very impressed with Bella and how well she complemented Scott's pack. It was, without a doubt, one of the strongest pack he had ever heard of. Especially since it wasn't made of only wolves. Bella was one of the most powerful druids he had ever met, or even heard of. She controlled her powers and used the forces of nature to the perfection. It was almost like nature was linked to her, responded to her call for help before she could even make it. And she had learned, in a short time, how to fight different creatures. She had gathered knowledge of many supernatural creatures, many contacts and skills. He was impressed and glad to know that he was her teacher, the first one who had taught her. It made him proud to know that he had been the mentor not only of this powerful druid but also of the true Alpha. I overheard Styles and Scott talking at school today. Apparently, Malia joins Styles in his bed almost every night and spends the night with him. They spoon. He's a bit annoyed because he's the little spoon and he thinks as the man he should be the big spoon, though he kinds of likes it too because, well, she's a girl and she's hot. Bella told Derek that evening, during their dinner. She told me that she finds it easier to sleep with him mainly because of body heat. To her, they're serious, like animals in nature. Even if they end up breaking up, it doesn't matter. She spends enough energy working on acting like normal people during the day, she doesn't want to do it at night too, and since he accepts her the way she is, I kind of get it. Derek nodded. I like her, she keeps it real for Styles. I think that she's exactly what he needs right now. Much better than Lydia, who never considered him this way. It might change later, but for now, it's good for them. Bella smiled. I agree, he replied before he kissed her over the table, unable to help himself. Did you show her the vault again today? You said you didn't have the time to show her everything last time you took her there. Bella asked a few minutes later. No, she had to meet Scott and Styles so they could help her in math, she's having a hard time keeping up. She'll meet me there tomorrow. I'd like you to be with me when I do. He shook his head. I'd love to. I'll wait for you there after my last meeting, it shouldn't be too long after the last class. She agreed, always happy to spend time with the man she loved and eager to see what they'd find in the vault. After her last meeting of the day, Bella made her way to the entrance of the Hale vault, where Derek was already waiting for her. They kissed and waited a while until Malia arrived. She had just left Styles, who was going to hang out with his dad at the station, while Scott went to work at the animal clinic. It had been a long day and there wasn't anybody left in school, which was perfect and allowed them to open the vault without being seen or having to take the way to the basement. Only a Hale can open it, Malia. You can come in anytime you want, but you'll need to use your claws in order to do it. If you ever lose control in school and you can't find Scott or Bella, you should come here. It's a safe place. There's a second hidden entrance in the basement of the school, I'll show it to you later. It's marked by a Triskelion. Derek informed his C-Ousin before he showed her how to open it. The teenage girl watched attentively, wanting to remember it in case she ever needed it. Once the entrance was revealed, the three of them made their way in. And Derek started showing everything to Malia, explaining some of the things. There was a lot of relics and family history stored in the vault and Malia was happy to know that Derek was sharing this with her. He made her feel like she truly belonged to the same family, even though she had been adopted away and her birth father was a psychopath. He had even promised to introduce her to Cora this summer, once his sister came back. Of course Cora knew about Malia, Derek had told her everything through their weekly phone calls. The younger Hale Wolf was eager to meet her cousin. She knew they'd get along well. This is the safe where the rest of Peter's money is. Well, your money now. But I don't think you'll need to worry about that now. I put plenty on the bank account I told you about, you'll be fine for the next few years. Maybe even more if you're careful with it. Forever if you invest carefully. Derek informed her. Thanks, what about you though, don't you or even Cora need some? She asked him as she grabbed a couple of the bonds and placed them in her pocket, just in case. Don't worry, I have my share of the family money and so does Cora, but mine is in the bank or invested in the building I live in. Cora also has a bank account. I didn't want to leave my money just laying around. Derek replied. Smart, Bella commented while she looked at the lined-up jars filled with ancient herbs and mushrooms. See anything you need, Belle? Derek asked her, placing an arm around her waist, while Malia looked at one of the relics. Not right now, but a lot of these are rare or very useful. It's good to know that there are some stored here. Bella replied. Well, feel free to ask me if there's anything you need here. What's mine is yours. He told her before he kissed her neck, turning back to join Malia. I should probably store my rare herbs here, this way they'll be safe. Bella suggested. Of course, anytime you want. He smiled, thinking deep down that he should give her his mother's claws. This way she'll be able to open the vault herself. As he thought that, he grabbed the claws and placed them in his pocket. Maybe he could work on placing them on some sort of glove Bella would be able to put on and use whenever she needed to get in the vault. Suddenly, before they could act or react, there were several smoke grenades exploding around them, filling the air with heavy smoke that was making Derek and Malia dizzy. Bella tried to use her powers to fight back, but there was something in the smoke that limited her powers as well, probably the same thing that made Derek and Malia weak. Bella, Derek called out when a gun was fired at her right after she tried to block one of them from leaving. I'm fine, they missed me but I can't use my powers. She called back and, this time, she knocked one of them out with her leg but a bullet hit her in the shoulder and she cried out. This one didn't miss me. Bella cried out when the bullet entered her flesh. They're leaving now, Malia whispered, hearing the heavy footsteps running away. Bella, Derek called out once more, worried because he could smell her blood. Here, Bella groaned. The smoke was starting to clear and Malia got her phone out. Should I call Scott and Styles? She asked Derek. Yes, do it. Tell Styles to bring his father. I heard them open the safe. Derek nodded when he finally found Bella. I hit my head and they shot me in the shoulder, but I'm fine. They seem like normal bullets. Not poisoned. I've had much worse, she replied, thinking back to her clumsy human days. Styles and his father weren't far. They'll be here in a few minutes. Good thing Styles let his father get a snack, he usually prevents him to because he worries for his health. Malia informed them. I need to get Bella to the hospital. No, I'll be fine, I can wait until they get here. You should look around to see what they took and if anything's broken. Maybe they left some clues. Bella insisted. While Malia stepped outside to guide Styles and his dad in the vault. Derek reluctantly listened to Bella and got up to look around the room, noticing the safe wide open and empty except for one CNGLE bond that must have gotten loose in the action. Aside from this, everything was in place and nothing else was missing. They knew what they wanted and where it was. It was a hit and run. Malia told the sheriff a few minutes later when he arrived. The only thing missing is Malia's money. Derek added, "Did you notice anything special?" The sheriff asked them. "The bullets they used don't seem to be marked or anything. At least not the ones I found on the floor. But they were ready for us, their smoke grenades incapacitated us." Derek replied as he helped Bella up. "Will Bella be okay?" the sheriff asked, concerned. "Don't worry, I will be. I've had worse just walking down some stairs." Bella smiled, trying to brush it off. "I'm taking her to the hospital now. Malia will show you around. Lock up before you leave, Malia." Derek informed them before he took Bella in his arms and carried her outside, to his car. "I'm fine," she reassured him with a weak smile. She could see how angry he was that he hadn't been able to protect her and it worried her. "No, you're not. You got hurt and I couldn't do anything to help you." Derek shook his head. "I'll be fine," she insisted. Derek nodded. But Bella knew that he was still angry and that he would be until they caught the culprits. He was feeling guilty because she got hurt and he hadn't protected her the way he wanted to. A couple of hours later, everyone was assembled in Bella's hospital room, where she was being kept for observations for the night because of the hit she had gotten to the head. "Are we sure that Peter is actually dead and that there's no way he could have done this?" Scott asked. "He is. I saw his beheaded body and even on a worm moon with the help of a banshee, there's no way for anyone to come back from that." Chris replied just as Melissa entered with water and some pain medicine for Bella. "Sorry it took so long, Bella. We're short-staffed again. I can't wait for the new doctor to arrive, we really do need help." Melissa declared. "It's okay, don't worry. Thanks." Bella smiled at her aunt. "What about the bullet they took from out of her shoulder? Was there any sort of mark on it that could clue us in on who did it?" Derek asked. "Sadly no. My dad still took it for the investigation but he doubts there's anything special about it. It's standard, very common and legal. Not even a trace of wolfsbane inside." Stiles shook his head before Melissa could say anything. "It could have been anyone, even someone hired by someone else." "How did they even open the safe?" Allison asked. "They broke through it. They must have been well equipped, known exactly what kind of safe this was and how to open it, where to place the explosives to open it without damaging the content," Stiles replied. "Maybe Peter told someone before he was killed and that person now is using the money," Melissa suggested. "With this kind of money, they could do anything." Malia shook her head. "Peter doesn't seem like the kind of man to have too many friends he could confide in, especially about things that could profit him. He wasn't the kind to share glory or anything good." Bella frowned. "He had a lot of secrets. Always seemed to have a plan for any situation. I mean, when we all thought that he was catatonic, he was actually manipulating a nurse to work for him." "What if she wasn't the only one working for him?" Derek suggested, holding Bella's hand protectively. While they talked, Lydia was absent-mindedly writing something down a piece of paper. "What kind of language is that?" Allison asked, looking at her best friend's work. "Looks like math, or something just as complicated," Malia commented with a frown. I don't know. I didn't even realize I was doing it until you spoke." Lydia shook her head, showing everyone else what she had written. "Looks like what the computer did last week when it crashed," Melissa declared thoughtfully. "What is it?" Scott asked Lydia. "Looks like code. Does someone have a computer?" the red-haired banshee asked. "My laptop is in my bag." Bella nodded and Derek handed it to Lydia, who started typing the code down. "It's still code," Isaac and Aiden declared at the same time. "It needs a keyword to be broken," Lydia informed them. "Try, Peter, see if it works," Derek suggested. "Nope, not working, but it's the right amount of character." Lydia shook her head. "Why don't we let Bella rest? I'm sure you'll find the keyword later," Melissa suggested, still into nurse mode. "Aunt Melissa, please don't call Renee or Charlie, they'll only worry for nothing. Plus, I'm not sure how I would explain this to them." Bella asked her aunt, who nodded. "Maybe a good night of rest will help you find the answer, Lydia." Scott agreed with his mother and they all listened. "I'll go and see if any of my contacts can tell me anything about the money, the people who stole it or this code," Chris declared. "It might be all linked," Bella said, making everyone stop on their way out. "What do you mean?" Scott asked. Lydia started writing this down while we were talking about the break in the vault. This code might be the answer to what the money will do or who took it. Lydia, remember the old Banshee journals I gave you? Use them, use the tips inside. It'll help you, and if what you need is to scream, then do it. Bella said with a smile. Lydia smiled back at her, nodded and left the room, followed by everyone else, leaving Bella and Derek alone. You're not going home, are you? Bella asked her boyfriend. And leave you here alone? Definitely not. He shook his head. I wouldn't be alone, Aunt Melissa is on duty tonight. Bella commented. She has to work, I have all the time in the world to take care of your every need. Derek replied with an amused smile. I don't need to tell you that this wasn't your fault, do I? She asked him. You can say it all you want, I'm still angry that you got hurt and I'll be angry until you're better. He replied before he kissed her. Then it won't last long, as soon as we're back home I'll use the 9 herbs to heal quicker. She assured him. Derek fell asleep on the chair near Bella's hospital bed and tea. They were woken up in the middle of the night by a lot of noise in the corridor. What's going on? Bella asked her boyfriend in a sleepy voice, knowing that his wolf's abilities allowed him to hear everything. There's been an attack. An entire family was found murdered in their house, one of their children managed to escape and ran straight here. Barefoot. He's covered in blood and seems to have been cut in the legs. He's not talking much though. Probably in shock. Derek informed her. Did they know who did it? Bella asked. No, not yet. He hasn't said a word. You should go back to sleep, Bella. Get some rest, he replied, soothing her back to sleep and going back to sleep himself. The next day, Bella and Derek were able to go home and she was ordered to take a few days off work. Sada. Rek stayed home with her and they found ways to entertain themselves. Bella used an ancient mix of 9 herbs to heal herself quicker. It worked really well and she decided to give her Aunt Melissa the recipe. Just in case something happened and it was needed. The couple was in their own bubble the entire day until, in the early evening, Scott came over with one of his new lacrosse teammate, whom he had bitten while trying to save him from a Wendigo, the young boy that had been brought to the hospital the previous night. Scott was panicking, he wasn't sure how to talk to Liam and, with Bella's calm presence and confidence, he managed to calm Liam and explain what was happening, using his own words. Liam was a bit unsure, especially since he already had anger issues, but Scott and Derek managed to reassure him. What if something happens at school? I've never been good at controlling my anger, that's why I was expelled from my old school. I can't put my parents through that again. Liam ended up asking, and he reminded Scott of a scared little kid, needing his protection. Then you come find me. I'll be at school too, Liam, and I'll always be there for you. I'm your alpha, you're part of the pack now. Any one of us will be happy to help you. You'll meet them all again tomorrow. You're not alone, Scott told him, and the younger wolf, his beta, nodded. And if anything happens while you're in class, ask to see me. My office is always open and I'll help you too. I'll add in your file that you're seeing me, so if anything happens, they'll call me. Bella told him. After a while, Liam was calm enough to go home, after having made sure he had everyone's phone number just in case he needed to call them. So, how was the boy killed? Derek asked Scott once Liam had left. I'm not sure it's possible, but it was a guy with no mouth. Scott replied. No mouth? Bella asked with a frown. No mouth, and a tomahawk. He arrived, killed the boy, put his finger where his mouth should have been while looking at me and left. Scott informed them. This town keeps on getting weirder and weirder. Bella shook her head. Did you tell Stilinski? Derek asked him. Yes, right before I left to bring Liam here. I saw him tell my father and he seemed to think it was something important because he called his office right after that. Scott nodded. You should go home, Scott. I have a feeling that the next few days are going to be eventful and you'll need to be as rested as possible. Bella advised and Scott nodded and left to go home. I'll call Stilinski, tell him not to hesitate if he needs supernatural help with this. Derek told Bella as he grabbed his cell phone. Good idea, she nodded. It took a few days before Lydia found the key to unlock the code she had transcribed. She actually needed 3, and once she did, she unlocked a dead pool. Someone was using Peter's stolen money to kill the supernatural beings of this town. Even Liam, who had been turned less than a week ago, was on it. Scott, the true alpha, was the biggest money, but Bella was a very close second, followed by Derek. Why are you on it and not Deeton? Isaac asked, kind of happy to see that his prize money wasn't as high as Scott's. Though he'd never say it out loud. Malia had been honest however, claiming that she was happy that her prize money was lower, because they'd go after the other before they went after her. Deepening isn't very powerful and he's not using the powers he has, not anymore. He hasn't been very active in the last 10 years. Maybe whoever made this list doesn't know about him. Or doesn't think he's powerful enough to be on here. Even his sister isn't on it and she's still in town, working at Icon House. Bella replied, am I the only one surprised to see Jordan Parrish on this list? Kind of a big hit, too. I mean, 3 million's kind of a lot. Not as much as the three of you but still, Styles asked. I didn't smell anything supernatural about him when I crossed him the other day. Derek replied, having met the young deputy when the sheriff had asked for his help. They had tried to track the mute assassin by scent but had failed, arriving too late. Derek hadn't liked Parrish at first. Mainly because he had seen the deputy flirt with Bella. Of course the young woman he loved reassured him but Derek was still on his guards, afraid the young deputy would sweep Bella off her feet. Even though she didn't seem interested in him at all. Maybe we could talk to him, start by showing him the list and then telling him what's special about everyone on it. Scott suggested. I can do it if you want. Lydia offered, willing to help. You shouldn't do it alone, just in case he's actually dangerous. Bella shook her head. I'll go with her. Malia offered. Me too. Allison added. Liam and I are going with Kira to meet Sotomi's pack and see if we can work together in this. They're all on it as well and some of them might already be in danger. Isaac, Ethan and Aiden will come with us. In case they're injured and need to be carried. We'll take Styles' Jeep and my mom's car, along with my motorcycle, in case some people need to be transported carefully. Scott declared. I convinced my mom to leave town for a while, she's visiting my grandmother, on my father's side. It's safer this way, especially since she sacrificed most of her powers to call the Oni when she hunted the Najitsu and she'll come back once it's all over. Kira informed them. My dad talked to the Calaveras. They received the list as well and were about to call Bella to inform her of it when he called. They won't do it because it's against the code but she's heard that another family was coming. Dad is trying to intercept them, stop them before they get here but he's afraid they'll ignore him. He wants to remind them that they have to obey the code and only hunt those who hunt humans. Allison informed them. Is it safe for him? Scott asked, concerned for the man who had so often helped him. Yes, don't worry. Araya sent Severo with him, as backup. Apparently, she really wants to keep Bella on her side. She nodded. Then I guess we all have our to-do lists. Derek nodded and they all parted ways. Decided to stop the assassins and protect the people on the list before it was too late. What's wrong, Bella? Scott asked his cousin, seeing her frown, looking at the list. Not. Hing, it's silly, I just don't like being worth less than my baby cousin. Bella replied, making Scott laugh and everyone chuckle. You actually wish you were worth more? Styles asked. I'm a powerful druid and a bounty hunter. I should be worth more than Scott. Bella argued. I'm the true alpha though. Scott winked at her. You're still worth a lot, Bells. I mean, there's only a 3 millions difference between you two. If I killed you and collected on the money, I'd be set for life. Isaac replied with a small smile. You're right, all the things I could buy if I collected on the money that's on Scott's head and then I'd be number 1 on the list. Bella joked. A Deadpool isn't a list you should want to be first on, honey. Derek laughed. And you can't kill me to collect on the money, you love me. Scott joked. You're right, we're stuck aren't we? She laughed. Everyone was laughing with them, about to leave the room when Lydia spoke up. Before we part ways, there's something I haven't shown you. The last part of the list you have isn't complete, some names are missing, I wasn't sure if I should show you or not, Lydia announced, stopping everyone in their tracks. What is it? Bella asked her, wondering why Lydia was staring at her. There are 7 names on it that I didn't know were in town, I'm guessing they just arrived to look for you, you'll probably find out any way, so I might as well tell you. Lydia looked so nervous it made Styles chuckle before they all realized how serious and angry Bella started to look. Then, Bella remembered that when she was at the hospital, her Aunt Melissa had spoken of a doctor that was supposed to arrive soon. Could it really be them? 7 names. I swear that if you tell me that these names are the Cullens, I will go over there and collect the money myself. Bella growled. They're among the smallest hits on the list, though those with abilities are a little higher. I'm sorry, Bella. Whoever it is put their real names on it too. The ones they had before they were changed. Carlisle Cullen, Edward Masson, Rosalie Hale, Jasper Whitlock, Mary Alice. Stop. Just stop. I get it. But that might be a clue as to who made the list. Bella stopped Lydia. How is this a clue? Scott asked. Because they knew their real names when few people do. Styles realized. Exactly. Even Malia is on the last under Hale and not Tate, not. Many people know that she was adopted and that Peter Hale was her father. Alice didn't even know her complete name last time I saw them, she didn't remember and was planning on going to investigate IT during the next summer using the informations Edward had seen in James's head. It could be someone who knows them, or someone with abilities similar to Lydia's. Bella nodded. What if it's not someone with abilities similar to mine but exactly like mine? It could be another banshee, it would explain how they know the people are really dead without coming to check for the bodies. Lydia suggested and they all nodded. Alright, well, you all go back to what we decided, Derek and I will confront the Cullens. Bella decided. I'd feel better if I were with you too. Scott told his beloved cousin with worry. You do remember that I am the eldest one, right? You don't have to worry, Scott, I'll be fine. She smiled at her cousin. Of course I worry, I know how you were when they left you. Scott shook his head. That was a long time ago, I was young and much weaker than I am now. Don't worry, I can take care of myself, and I'll have backup. Bella told her cousin who nodded and gave her a big hug. But you're still injured where that bullet hit you. Scott argued before he left the room with the others. Yeah, what if they attack you? You should have more backup, there's 7 of them, Ethan added. Ethan and his brother also felt close to Bella. She was kind of like a big sister to the entire pack and they didn't want to see anything happen to her just like they knew she'd feel the same way for them. I'll be fine, I'm almost completely healed thanks to the herbs I took. I was able to do a full workout session yesterday and we trained with Derek today. I'll even be able to fight if we're attacked. Don't worry too much or you'll go prematurely gray, all of you. And if that happens, don't think for 1 second I won't jump at the opportunity to call you all the Grey Pack. Remember that the Cullens are peaceful. They don't even drink from humans, even though it would make them stronger. Bella told her cousin, making a few other chuckle. Are you sure that you can do this? Derek asked Bella once they were alone. I'm sure. She nodded before she kissed him. They were going to look for them by using Bella's abilities. They'd follow a little bird to the right house. It took them a while but they eventually arrived, on Bella's motorcycle. The house was large, and close to the woods. It still counted as being in town even though it was slightly isolated. I should have known that they'd have one of the biggest house in town. They do like to have their space. She rolled her eyes. Looks about the same size as our house was before Kate Argent burned it down. Will they be able to use their powers on me? Derek asked her. No, my power is shielding you. Good. He nodded before they walked to the front door and knocked. When Esme opened the door, she seemed surprised to see 2 people standing there. Hello there. I know, you must be confused. You couldn't hear us approaching, I prevented you from hearing us until you could see us. Now you should let me in, Beck. Oz, we have a lot to talk about before you pack everything up and leave my town. Bella said as soon as the woman saw her. Bella, we were about to look for you. We came here for you. Esme said, Bree, NGING the entire family to meet Bella in the hall. In a motion of his hand, Carlisle invited them in the living room, where they'd all have more room than in front of the front door. Bella could see hat they had moved in recently because there was a few boxes on the side, some empty, others on the way of being emptied. Bella looked at them all and she saw something she interpreted as recognition. In Alice's eyes when she looked at Derek. It made Bella curious but she brushed it off for now. She needed them out of town, or they wouldn't be safe. She doubted they even knew how easy it could be for a competent hunter to kill them. Even after everything, she wanted them safe, though her anger toward them was coming back as well. You're a bit too late, you should have come a lot sooner than T.S. in order to be welcomed back in my life. This is Derek, my boyfriend and a werewolf. I'm a powerful druid now. Well, I guess I always was, the power was just dormant, and I was able to kill Victoria on my own. Meaning without anyone's help at all, just a few months after discovering my powers. I don't care why you came here, you're too late and you don't mean anything to me anymore, any of you. You all left without even saying goodbye. I'm only here because I'm a good person and I want to do the right thing. There's a list going around, a dead pool, filled with names of supernatural beings and this town, and there are professional hunters and killers on it because there's a lot of money in the game. You're all on it. You're far from being the biggest hits on the list, but still easy money for the right person. My cousin, Who's a true alpha, and his pack are going to work with me to stop it all, but I don't need you here because, honestly, I'm worried I might be tempted to let you die or collect the money placed on your heads myself. Do us all a favor and leave town, we know you're good at that. Bella declared once everyone was in the room. She had spoken in a strong yet calm tone, keeping her anger and resentment under control the entire time, but she knew that they could all feel how powerful she was. Derek's supportive hands on her waist helped her keep her calm and her control in check. Of course she had lied a bit, exaggerated, but she needed them out of town. She needed them safe. We've heard of a strong druid who was in the pack of the true alpha, a pack with not only wolves but other creatures like a banshee. Carlyle nodded. Well, I'm that strong druid. There's also a were-coyote, a kitsune, a human and 2 hunters from the Argent family in the pack, along with 5 beta wolves. 2 of them have the ability to become 1 giant werewolf. Don't cross us, it would end badly for you. Bella replied. True, the twins still had trouble becoming 1 big wolf after losing their alpha power. But Bella was helping them getting it back and, slowly, they were succeeding. But we missed you, Emmett exclaimed. Then maybe you should have come to say goodbye, and ridden afterwards. It's called keeping in touch, someone your age should know about that. You're not that old, mail already existed back when you were human, right? Bella shook her head. Edward saw that you didn't want to see us again. That because of Jasper you didn't want anything to do with us anymore. That we scared you, Rosalie growled, defending her mate. And the fact that he used his pow to lie to you all and get his way surprises you. Come on Rosalie, you might be a real blonde but we both know that you're smarter than that. Don't live up to the cliché. You all believed his lies because you wanted to believe them. As for you, Jasper, I was never angry with you. I always understood why you snapped. It's hard enough for one of your kind to control his own thirst, but you felt it times 7. It's not your fault, and for this I've made you an amulet. Here, keep it on you and you will be able to recognize the thirst in others without feeling it adding up with your own. It won't affect you anymore. It won't work only on thirst but on any and all feelings. You'll see them without them affecting you at all. Bella declared, handing a small rock to Jasper. Thank you, Bella. Jasper nodded, already planning on turning it into a necklace he'd be able to have around his neck. Why did you bring him? Edward asked, spitting the last word while looking at Derek, who flashed his wolf eyes and started growling. Because he's my boyfriend, we live together and we have a lot to do after we leave this house. We took time from a very busy day to come here. As I said before, there's a lot going on in town at the moment and we're busy. Bella snapped. His eyes are blue, do you even know what it means? Edward insisted and Bella could see Jasper and Emmett rolling their eyes at their brother's back. I do, and I know how he got them. I also know that he's killed a lot less than you did. Now, as I said when I arrived, you should leave town before one of the assassins decides to come after you. I'm not sure I'll be able to convince my cousin to help defend you, especially since we have an entire pack of peaceful and defenseless Buddhist werewolves to help. We don't need to be defended. Emmett smirked. These are professional assassins, Emmett. Not all of them are humans and most of them know well the creatures they're hunting. If I could kill a vampire like Victoria when I was only discovering my powers, surely these professional hunters can do it as well. There's a cocktail of herbs that could be used to weaken you enough so you'd stay in one place. It could be used to burn you, or pierce your flesh and poison you from within. Any good hunter knows this. You're not as indestructible as you think. Bella snapped. Bella, we know that we've hurt you and we're here to make it up to you. They're already registered in high school. We're not running away. We'll stay here as long as it takes for us to somehow make it up to you for leaving the way we did. Edward Nly told us the truth recently about your breakup and the fact that he's the one who left you, all alone. We all missed you terribly. It was hard for us to stay away, back when we believed this was what you wanted from us. Carlyle explained kindly. Bella had to admit that the very fact that they were willing to stay, face her anger, and make it up to her touched her. Wasn't this what she had advised her Uncle Rafe to do with Scott? Of course she wanted to give them a chance to be her friends again, but it wouldn't be too easy. Why did he come clean all of the sudden? Derek asked, already knowing the answer. I want her back, Edward declared, looking at Bella. You've got to be kidding me. Bella laughed. Bella, Esme asked. You can't expect me to go back to you, Edward. It's been too long, I've moved on and grown up. I am an independent and powerful woman and I don't love you anymore. What you want is a weak girl you can manipulate and that can depend on you for everything. I'm not that person anymore. I actually never was. Bella chuckled. She could see in the look Rosalie and Jasper gave Edward that they had warned him about this. There's more though, isn't it? How did you find out Bella was here in the first place? Derek asked, and Alice suddenly looked down. Alice saw you, we thought you were in danger. Emmett informed Bella, willing to be as honest as possible to make it up to her for leaving. What did you see? With my powers now, you can't have seen much. Bella shook her head. It was very short, and I was so happy to see you. The last vision I had of you was when you decided to move in with your aunt, and it was very short too. I saw you, and a shifted werewolf. You were in your underwear. I couldn't see the kind of room it was, but it was dark. It looked like you were being attacked. It was a short vision, just a few seconds, but I thought you were in danger, Alice explained, and Bella knew that if she was human, Alice would be blushing now. That's why Bella had seen recognition in Alice's eyes when she saw Derek. She had seen him in a vision. It's called foreplay. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Bella replied with a smirk that was very unlike the Bella they used to know, but made Jasper and Emmett chuckle. Very familiar. Jasper nodded with a smirk, ignoring Esme's faint protest. You've given yourself to him. How could you? You're not even married. Aren't you afraid of losing your soul? Edward exclaimed. Oh, come on. Not that again. Rosalie complained as she rolled her eyes. You've got to be kidding me. I won't even answer this. It's too ridiculous. Bella shook her head, lifting a hand to place it between them. Our little Bella grew up. Looks like you're more fun now. Emmett chuckled with Jasper. Bella, Edward tried, stepping closer to her. No, Edward, you and I are over. Done. You're still a teenage boy, stuck in your century. You haven't evolved. I'm a grown, modern woman, with a life of my own. I'm not the same Bella you knew. Bella insisted. What about us? Alice asked in a small voice. I've moved on. You have no idea what you all leaving did to me. After Edward left me, in the woods, I tried to run after him and ended up getting lost. It's only in the early morning that the shapeshifters from La Push found me and brought me home. I don't know if you remember it, but the weather was very cold that night. I was broken, in a catatonic state for days. It was so bad that Charlie considered putting me in the hospital. He considered having me committed. Then I was in what Charlie called my zombie phase. No, I don't mean that I was into zombie movies. I acted like a zombie. I ate, I drank, I did my homework and my chores around the house, but nothing else. I barely talked if I wasn't asked a direct question first. I didn't react. I didn't watch TV. I didn't read if I didn't have to do it for school. I didn't listen to music. It came to a point where I couldn't stay in Forks anymore, so my father sent me here to be with my aunt. I finished my senior year here, learned who I was, became strong. I found myself here. I found my heart. You left, broke me, and I managed to build myself up again. I don't need you anymore. Not like this. Bella explained in a calm voice while Derek had his arm around her waist, supporting her. I know that I did you wrong, Bella, and I understand now. That my actions were wrong and have hurt not only my family but you as well, but please, give my family a chance to make it up to you. Edward pleaded, finally understanding that he'd be lucky if she agreed to be even just his friend and that she wouldn't be his anymore. Why would I do that? Bella asked, already convinced that she'd give them a chance as long as they tried. Maybe we can help you with those assassins. Emmett suggested while Jasper nodded. With Sodomy's pack to protect as well, we could use a few more fighting arms. Most of them seem strong enough, and Sodomy's pack isn't really used to fight. I know that Sodomy knows how to fight, but she's not so young anymore, and most of her wolves have always been Buddhists, peaceful. Liam is too new to this to be much help, no matter how much he wants to help. He doesn't have enough control. Most of the ones we'll have to protect are too old or too young. Some of them might be injured or recovering from poisoning by the time Scott and Kira finds them. We don't know what kind of assassin is after them. Derek told Bella. You're right, I've crossed or heard of some twisted supernatural bounty hunters when I was on the road. The Chentist who works with poisoned, he might have helped me learn what I needed to learn, but he did so because I paid him. He'd definitely go after the list. Bella replied. Supernatural bounty hunter? Carlisle asked. Yes. After graduation, when I left town, I started taking online classes and I traveled to learn more. After a few months I stopped my first supernatural bounty, by accident, but I realized that I had the ability to do so and it was a way to get some easy cash. I've stopped quite a few killers who wouldn't have been stopped by the law otherwise. Bella replied. Hey Belle, did why? Oh, you even think that maybe your Uncle Rafe might have heard about you at the FBI? I mean, you did catch a woman his team was looking for once. Derek chuckled. I might have to let him know eventually that I'm the Druid. I'll wait for Scott to be ready to tell him everything. Bella smiled back. Edward realized even more how much Bella had changed. She had killed Victoria, maybe even other supernatural beings. Sure, they were killers. But she wasn't the same girl he had fallen in love with. We want to help you, Bella. Jasper insisted. Fine, you can stay, but if you want to help, it's my cousin you'll have to convince. The true alpha, Bella stated, and it won't be easy. He loves Bella and is very protective of her. The entire pack is. Derek smiled. Before we leave, a word of warning for you. I work as a counselor at Beacon Hills High School. Once there, if you call me by anything other than Miss Swan, I'll have to put you in detention for disrespect to one of your elders. And I'll do so very happily. Bella told them with a playful smirk before she turned around and prepared to leave. I'm sure this new you will be even more fun, Bells. Emmett exclaimed with a chuckle. How much are we worth on this list? Alice asked curiously. Just $250,000 for Esme, Carlisle, Emmett and Rosalie and $300,000 for you, Edward and Jasper. You're all among the lowest. Bella replied with a frown. Oh come on Bella, you're not seriously upset that you're only second highest and that your cousin is higher than you? Derek asked Bella with a chuckle. I know it's ridiculous but yes, I am. I know, he's worth 25 millions and me 23 millions, but still I'm older, he's my baby cousin. Bella replied and even the Cullens chuckled. You're more powerful now, but as a true alpha he has more potential, that's even unlocked. Derek replied. You're right. Anyway, if anyone comes after you guys in the meantime, you can easily offer to pay them more money. It's a temporary solution we're trying to stop this as fast as possible, Bella replied, looking at the Cullens. If you want to help, meet us at my loft tonight at 6 p.m. You should be able to follow our scents there. Derek told them before he and Bella left, climbing on Bella's motorcycle and driving away. Once Bella and Derek had left, the Cullen family started talking about this meeting. I can't believe that not only Bella is a powerful druid, but she's also a bounty hunter. Bella, Emmett exclaimed, you guys were right, she's not my Bella anymore. She's not the same girl I fell in love with. Edward shook his head. Is this amulet really working? Jasper, Esme asked the soldier. It is. It's quite amazing actually. I can read all of your emotions, but I don't feel them adding on my own. Even, the thirst, it's incredible. Just for this, I'll owe Bella forever, Jasper declared. Edward is right when he said that Bella's changed, but not so much. You know, in a way, she's still the same. Rosalie commented thoughtfully. She's just more Bella. Carlisle smiled. I think we should go and hunt before we meet them. If we have to fight someone that can hurt us, we should be as strong as we can be. Jasper suggested. You're right, let's go. Carlisle nodded and they all headed out. Bella had to meet a student in school in the late afternoon, and she didn't want to miss the meeting because he was on the dead pool. Even if she had been asked to rest, a normal person needed time after being shot. She had insisted she could be there for this kid, who needed her presence. His parents, who weren't natural and had adopted him when he was a baby, were about to move up north to be with their family and Bella wanted to make sure everything went well. Worried for her and the kid, it had been decided that Parrish would wait for her and join everyone at the loft with her. He had known all of this for only a few hours but he still wanted to help and to understand as much as possible. They didn't and to take any chances with the Deadpool and anyone who could want to go after them. It was 5:45 p.m. and she already knew that she'd be late to meet up with the Cullens and the Pax at Derek's loft. She sure hoped everything would go well and that Derek wouldn't get into a fight with Edward, though she had to admit that, deep down, she'd like to see Derek, or anyone really, kick Edward up a bit to knock him off his high horse. He's late, Bella said with a frown to Parrish. You want to try and look for him? He asked her. Yes I do, he was in class today according to what his parents told him. Earlier and I didn't see him leave so he must still be around somewhere. She nodded. They looked for the kid everywhere and finished by the now empty locker rooms. Help me someone, help. They hear a small voice cry out. Obviously the kid was weakened and since he was new to his abilities, he didn't control them and was pretty much defenseless. He didn't know how to trigger his healing. No one's around, nobody will help you. You're ours now. We might not be able to collect on the true alpha, the banshee or the druid, but we can definitely collect the money that's on you. A voice replied. Definitely. Just one lone werewolf wasn't enough. More money means more fun for us. A girl's voice replied, playing with her thermo-cut wire. Call it in, I'll stall. Bella whispered to Parishby. For she rushed in while he went in the next corridor to call the station without any interference. Stop right now or I'll make you stop. Bella exclaimed, raising her hands and using her powers to pee. The teenagers that were standing away from the one she was supposed to meet. They were students, a boy and a girl that she had seen goofing around with Liam and his best friend Mason and that had just arrived at the beginning of the year. She had sent them away, on the other side of the room, but they immediately stood back up. They might be young but they were definitely used to fighting. Maybe we should try our luck with the Druid after all. The girl smirked. It's okay, I'm here. Stand up and go wait in the hall, Deputy Parrish should be back soon. Bella told the supernatural teenager, who nodded and hurried out of the room. Happy that Bella was between him and the assassins. It won't help, we're coming back after you as soon as we're done with her here. The boy called out. No you're not, you're both under arrest. Parrish replied, coming back in the room with his gun out. You won't stop this, the girl added, raising her hands in the air, along with the boy. You might be professional assassins, but my gun will still kill you if you do anything. Parrish warned them while Bella went out of the room to reassure the victim and make sure he was not too badly injured and okay to go home. A few minutes later, the sheriff arrived, along with Agent McCall and a few deputies. Bella, are you all right? Her uncle asked her, worried. I'm fine Uncle Rafe, thanks. She nodded, handing him their weapon. They're the orphans, they're both on the FBI's most wanted list. Her uncle informed them after a moment of examining the weapon. Well, they're caught now. Bella replied, as her uncle grabbed the Deadpool list they had with them. What's this? Why is Scott's name on this? Why is yours, Bella? Why are you two worth so much money? Her uncle asked her, looking alarmed. It's a long story Uncle Rafe. Scott will tell you everything later, I promise. Right now I think we both have more important things to do. Sheriff Stilinski can tell you the essential as well. Also, you should know because they'll end up telling you I'm sure. The bounty hunter you know is the Druid. It's me. Just keep an open mind about the supernatural and everything will be fine. Bella told her uncle, trying to buy some time. The sheriff, who had heard her, nodded her way. A silent promise to tell her uncle what he could until Scott had the time to tell him everything. You're right, but make sure to tell Scott that I want a real explanation soon. Something is going on here, he added before he accompanied the prisoners for their transfer. Parrish going with you? Styles' father asked Bella. Yes. He should be back in time for his shift. We need his help to finish this and I need to explain to him what he is. Bella nodded. Good luck, call if you need my help with anything. And Parrish, it's alright if you have to skip your shift, I'll cover it, consider you on duty. The sheriff added before he followed the other officers out of the school. We're riding your motorcycle? Parrish asked Bella. Yep, she smirked. They were about to climb on the motorcycle when Stilinski called Parrish quickly, informing him that the FBI had heard that another professional killer was around. A scientist who poisoned his victims. Of course it didn't surprise Bella, she had suspected as much. In the end of the afternoon, Derek's loft was full with the people on the Deadpool who were still alive. They quickly divided themselves into those who wanted to hide and be safe and those who wanted to fight. Most of Sotomi's pack wouldn't be able to fight. Scott had been able to save a few of them from dying from poisoning. Thanks to Bella and Deeton's advice and Bella's mix of magical herbs, but they were still recovering. Lydia had perfected the use of her gifts and discovered that her grandmother's house was linked to everything. She had found the right room and was looking into it with Malia. It would take her a few hours to find a way to stop it and, in the meantime, I'd have to fight against professional assassins. She had explained that a banshee her grandma had worked with, named Meredith Walker, had been at the hospital at the same time as Peter and with her powers. She had heard his every angry thoughts. When she felt him die, she started planning to execute his plan for revenge, thinking that T was the right thing to do. I thought Bella would be here, Carlisle stated, a bit nervously. Looking around, she had a last-minute meeting at school. She'll be here soon. A kid from the Deadpool is leaving town today with his parents, and she wants to mock. Sure he can leave the school and get to his parents safely, without being attacked. Derek replied while Scott glared at Edward. Alone, what if she's attacked? Edward asked. Bella can handle herself. Derek replied. Sure looked like it earlier. Jasper smiled. Do we know what Parrish is yet? Styles asked. No, but one of his company workers tried to burn him alive in his patrol car this morning and he survived. Not a single burn mark on him, his hair intact, his nails intact. The only thing missing were his clothes. He came back in the station, butt naked and covered in ashes, and beat up the one who tried to burn him. Allison replied. Must have been an interesting sight. Ethan smirked. Oh, it was, I assure you. Allison replied, getting a small glare from Isaac. Where is he now? Scott asked. At school, waiting on Bella. She's still the second biggest hit on the list. He'll escort her back. He wanted to try and see if she had any idea what he is. With her gift, she might be able to find more. Isaac informed him. Do we really trust them? They hurt Bella. I don't like it. I don't like them and I definitely don't trust him. Allison asked, glaring at Edward. Yeah, I don't like it either. Isaac agreed. Neither do we, Aiden added, pointing to his brother and himself as he spoke. Guys, I understand completely, trust me, I do. But Bella and Derek have a point, if we're attacked before Lydia can turn this thing off, we'll need them, especially with so many people to protect. If Bella's willing to let them help, then we let them help. Scott frowned. We won't harm anyone, we came here to make it up to Bella, to get her forgiveness, not to hurt her more than we already have. Carlisle promised. Just know that my father and I will come after you if you hurt Bella again. You might be strong, but we have weapons and poisons that can take you down. My father took out a red-eyed vampire with Gerard a long time ago. We can take you, Allison promised. Bella was my best friend. If I ever hurt her again, I'll let you kill me. The past few years have been hell on our family, we all missed her terribly. Alice defended herself. Someone's coming. Jasper interrupted them. It's Bella and Parrish, Derek replied, knowing the sound of her motorcycle in her heart well by now. They all turned to the door and a few seconds later, Bella entered the room with the deputy by her side. She kissed Derek and greeted everyone before they updated her in what they knew so far. She also told them what they had heard about the other professional killer in town, the scientist. The FBI was unto him but Bella believed, given the state the Buddhists were, that he was the one who had attacked Sotomi's pack. If they don't get him after Lydia turned this thing off, I'll go and help them catch him. I've met him before, I can easily get him. Bella added in the end. Let's hope they do catch him before he can hurt anyone else. Derek replied. What surprises me is that we haven't seen the desert wolf yet. With this much money on Malia's head, I was sure she'd use the opportunity to come and get her on the last full moon. Or that she'd come and make sure nobody killed them. Alia before she could do it on the next full moon. If she wants half of her powers back, she has to kill her daughter during the full moon. By not showing up, she's taking the risk of someone else kill. Ling her and making her miss the opportunity. It's definitely not like her. And she hasn't been caught yet, I've checked with my contacts. Bella replied. Maybe she didn't get the list. Allison frowned. Let's hope so. Derek replied, worried for his cousin. Shouldn't someone strong be at the lake house with them then? Styles asked. Lydia's lake house is made of mountain ash wood, it's as safe as the animal clinker Scott's house. But you should head there once we're done here, just in case. I have a gun loaded with wolfsbane bullets, you should take it just in case she does attack. Bella shook her head. Do you know what he is? Scott asked her, pointing at Parrish while his newest beta Liam was standing by his side, trying to ignore his old teammate, Brett, who was apparently a member of Sotomi's pack. Though at the moment, he could probably take Brett on since he and his sister were among the people who had been poisoned and wouldn't be able to fight. They needed time to heal. I think I do, and given the kind of town this is, we shouldn't be surprised to find out he was pulled here. I think he's a hellhound. Bella explained. I've heard of them, one helped the Volturi talk. E-power from the Romanians a long time ago. Carlisle replied. The good things is, they're incredibly hard to kill and can live extremely long lives. They can also put into an hibernation state if they want. Get frozen to wake up much later. A hellhound built Icon House in 1912 to ensure he'd always have a room there. He's frozen in his room, ready to wake up and get out if he's needed. I'm not sure, but he imprisoned a big evil a long time ago and he's standing guard in case it ever escapes. Bella added. And what's the bad news? Liam asked. Everyone turned to look at him. Oh come on, don't look at me like that. We all know there's always a bad news to go along with the good one, especially here. Liam added, making everyone smile. Baby Wolf is right, I was about to ask the same question. Styles replied. He's right. Jordan has only awoken to his powers recently, which means that he doesn't really control it yet and that he might not remember or control when he turns. Right now, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Hellhounds are always on the good side and Lydia can help him later, they usually get along well with banshees. I know what to do to help him get control, but we don't have the time to do it right now. He'll also be able to visit the other hellhound in Icon House. He won't mind being awoken to help someone like him. Bella told them. Any problems at school? Derek asked Bella. Just a couple of assassins. Teenagers. Uncle Rafe had heard of them. They're called the Orphans. They're both on their way to the FBI headquarters now. They were wanted for a lot of murders. Kind of surprising for two 16 years old, they must have started young. Bella replied. My father was here, Scott asked. Yes, and, when all of this is over, you really should ALK to him because they had the dead pool on them and he saw your name, along with the price on your head. He's going to have questions and if you don't answer them soon, he'll get his answers from the orphans. Stilinski is going to tell him the basics, but he'll want to hear it from you, maybe even see it. He has got to be wondering why his son has worth 25 millions and his niece 23 millions. Bella told Scott, who nodded. I'll tell him later. Scott agreed. So, what do we do now? I don't like just sitting still, waiting for the attack to come to us. This isn't a good place to fight and it would be hard to defend it. Jasper asked, looking at Scott and Bella, feeling that they were the natural leaders. Allison's father is laying clues to an empty building he owns. It'll be easier to defend. We'll all head there. The ones who can't fight will be safer and we'll be in a better position to defend the others. We should start heading there soon, we were just waiting on Bella and Parrish to join us. Scott replied. Stiles left to join Lydia and Malia at the lake house and Emmett offered to escort him and come back after, just to make sure he'd be fine. They all agreed that it was a good idea. Before he left them, Emmett ran around the lake house quickly, making sure not to smell any other fresh scent than the three people inside the house. It was all clear. They organized themselves and soon, they all left, taking different directions, and headed to the building Allison's family owned. Once there, most of Sotomi's pack went into the room prepared for those who couldn't fight. They were either too young, too weak because of the past attacks, or too old. It was decided that Allison would stay with them, along with Esme and Liam, in case someone managed to break through their defenses and reach them. The rest of them took their positions, ready to fight. Edward didn't like seeing Bella in a fighting position, but he knew that he didn't have a say in this. She was right, she wasn't his Bella anymore. But he hoped that if he helped her and supported her, they'd at least be friends. So Bells, after this is all over, Italian or Mexican? Derek asked Bella with a smile. It depends. Are we speaking dinner or hunters to fight? She replied jokingly. Dinner. He chuckled. Then Mexican. She smiled. The Mexicans like you too much to fight you off. Derek added. True. She nodded. The Cullens smiled at this little moment. Bella wasn't so different, they still saw the old 17 years old Bella inside her. She was just more confident, more independent, stronger, smarter. Powerful. What if I turn into this hellhound thing? Parrish asked as he pulled out a gun. Then maybe we'll win. Derek smirked. They were all surprised to see that the Buddhist Alpha, Sotomi, stood with the fighters. She hadn't been poisoned, but she was over 100 years old. Sure, she didn't look her age, but she still was old enough to deserve some peace. She wanted to fight though, to protect her pack, who needed it. She might be old and peaceful, she still knew how to fight and she didn't mind dying to protect the younger members of her pack that remained. She knew that if she was killed, Scott McCall would take her wolves in and protect them. Suddenly, there was an alarm, who stopped ringing after 3 rings, informing them that the perimeter had been breached. Chris Argent raised his gun, so did Parrish. The supernatural teens shone their eyes. Bella raised her hands. Everyone get ready, it's about to start. Derek ordered. And try not to kill any of them, let's not be the monsters they think us to be. Scott added, his red eyes shining brightly along the yellow, gold and blue ones around him. Let's hope Lydia manages to stop this before things get too far. Enough people died for this already. Aiden whispered. Suddenly, the lights went out and everyone went into action. The assassins were numerous, there was professional hunters, along with other professional assassins. All were well armed to face supernatural creatures and the fight was hard. Obviously their enemies weren't all allies, they had just happened to find them all at the same time. They didn't work together, they all wanted to be the last one standing with the bodies and it kind of worked in the pack's favor. The Cullen family, not used to seeing Bella fight, were amazed by her skills. She made it look like she was dancing. She rarely hit anyone directly, but she used what must be magic. Pushing the air and using it to knock the enemies down or stopping bullets from hitting the other fighters. She also showed her real fighting skills, kicking a hunter here and there with her feet or fists. She was really skilled. Alice was doing pretty fine as well, being able to see the future. She was able to anticipate hits before they came. Perish, behind you, Alice screamed without looking at him, still fighting her own supernatural assassin. The deputy heard her and sure enough, someone was about to shoot him in the back. It probably wouldn't have killed him, but it pissed him off enough that he turned into his hellhound self and sent the man flying into the wall, all the while he melted his gun. They fought for about half an hour when suddenly, a lot of beeping were heard around the room. The assassins' phones were alerting them that the dead pool had been terminated, that they wouldn't get paid anymore. A few of the professional assassins took longer to believe that it was truly over, but eventually, all was well, and even though a few were wounded, nobody on either side died this time. Emmett and Jasper had been injured though, and the novelty of it amazed them. Of course they'd heal quickly, but still, they weren't used to it and it got them curious. Maybe there was things they still didn't know about this world and their kind. If some plants could hurt them, maybe some other plants could have other effects. They made a silent decision to ask Bella about it later. "Are you okay, Scott?" Bella asked her cousin when she saw him with his eyes closed, looking like he was concentrating. "I'm fine, just I almost killed one of them. I felt it too, my face was turning, becoming different, more animal," he confessed. "But you didn't, you were stronger than the anger. That's what makes you a true alpha and one of the strongest wolves in the world," Bella told him. "You're right. Is everyone fine?" Scott asked around. "I have a small cut on the shoulder, it'll be fine, it barely bleeds." Bella shrugged her shoulders. "Nobody's dead, but one of them shot me in the shoulder. I think it has wolfsbane inside. I really don't feel well," Liam told them. One of the assassins had managed to make his way into the room he was protecting and he had rushed to fight him while the others stayed behind. "I can treat anyone injured back at my house," Carlisle offered. "The animal clinic is closer and has all the equipment and herbs we might need. Deeton's not in town this week, but I have the keys and he won't mind. I also know what to do against wolfsbane poisoning," Scott replied. Carlisle nodded. He had to trust Scott. He had never faced werewolf poisoning, and if the boy knew what to do, it would be for the best. It pleased Carlisle to know that he still had things to learn. Maybe Bella would be willing to teach him, or maybe this veterinarian Scott worked for, he'd ask later. The ones who were injured made their way to the clinic while the others either went along to make sure they were fine or went home. "I guess I turned into the hellhound?" Parrish asked, finding himself in his underwear. "You did, don't you remember?" Rosalie asked him. "I remember being angry when the little one, Alice, right? Well, you warned me about someone behind me, and I got angry and I think that's when I turned." Parrish confessed. "It was awesome, man," Emmett exclaimed. "Lydia's figured it out, she's going to meet us at the clinic, the twins went to get her, Styles and Malia." Bella told them and they all went along. Allison and her father would go home. Isaac needed to be treated but would probably be fine soon and promised to see her at school the next day. Bella and Derek were both fine, but they decided to go along, in case they were needed. Parrish decided to go home, shower and change before he went to work for his shift. They gave him their phone numbers so that he'd be able to reach them if he needed it. Edward was coming along to the clinic to help Carlisle, but the other members of their family decided to go home. There was no point in overcrowding the clinic for no reasons. "You're not feeling faint, Bella?" Carlisle asked her as she helped calm down Liam while the vampire doctor was pulling the bullet out. Scott was helping Edward, in the other room, treat a member of Sodomy's pack who had been poisoned with a bullet and needed to be cured fast. "You mean because of the smell of blood? It doesn't bother me anymore. As it turns out, just like my clumsiness, it was all a consequence of the unbalance my body was experiencing when I didn't use my powers," she replied with a smile. "You've changed a lot, Bella, but not so much. You're just more you, I guess. I'm happy for you, and for the life you've built here. If us being around really bothers you, we'll move. We wouldn't want to jeopardize this balance and happiness you've found," he told her. "I guess I can give you guys a second chance, as long as you don't step over the boundaries. Edward needs to remember that I'm with Derek now. I don't see him that way anymore, I'm not his Bella anymore. I think he finally understood earlier when you started to fight. I don't need to be a mind reader to know that. Thanks for giving us a chance, Bella. We all truly missed you, especially Alice and Emmett. We'll see how things turn out then. I'll come by tomorrow. There's a stone I can spell that you can carry, it will prevent you from shining under direct sunlight. Bella smiled. Thanks you, Bella. He smiled. Thanks Doc. Liam told Carlisle with a small smile. You should heal quickly now. I suggest you go home and rest, because you still have to go to school tomorrow and I don't think the coach will go any easier on you in practice, especially since Scott is trying to convince him to make you captain next year when he goes away to college. Bella told the young wolf, who nodded and left. I think we're all done here for the night. Scott's helping heal Kira's injury and he's done. What do you say we go back home? You have school in the morning, too. Derek smiled at Bella. Yes, let's go. Scott, I'll see you tomorrow, all right. And don't forget that you have to speak with your father. Call him as soon as you're home and tell him what you can on the phone if he can't make it over too soon. It's best he knows most of it before he interrogates the orphans or any other professional killer that went after people on this list. Carlisle, like I said, I don't mind you guys staying in town a while longer. As long as you all understand that things have changed and will never be the same again. Bella said before she took Derek's hand and left. Of course. The doctor smiled. The next day, Bella stood outside her office before the first bell rang, scolding a teenager here and there for being too loud or for running in the corridor. It was her routine at the start of each school day and she liked it. She got a feel of the day this way. She could see if some teenagers seemed troubled by something. All the members of Scott's pack were present, looking a bit tired for some of them, but they were here and attending class, which was good considering how much class they tended to miss whenever something supernatural happened. Those who had been injured had healed overnight and were ready to start what they hoped would be a normal school day where the biggest danger was a pop quiz. Scott had called his father as soon as he had gotten home, explaining whatever he could. His father had a hard time believing it, but since even Stilinski told him, he didn't have a choice. Scott promised to show him and tell him more as soon as he came back in town. He knew his father was planning on calling his mother this morning as well. The FBI agent had then called Bella early this morning, asking for more details, and she had told him everything about her being a druid and a supernatural bounty hunter. He had heard of her, of course, as a bounty hunter, and he was amazed. Bella, we have 5 new students today, adopted siblings. I'd give them the tour, but I have a last-minute meeting with an angry parent. Would you mind showing them around for me? The principal asked her, catching her off guard. New students? She asked, pretending she didn't already know everything about them. She could see the 5 files in his hands and she didn't need to see the names on it to know who they were. She knew them, she had gone to school with them. She had already seen the Cullens earlier in the morning. She had come over to give them the stones that would allow them to be under direct sunlight without shining. Yes, the Cullens. Their father is a doctor and he just got a job at the hospital. He replied, handing her the 5 files. It's got to be a first. People moving in this town instead of away, we don't want them to feel unwelcome, especially since we need another doctor around. The principal added, I know, my Aunt Melissa is always complaining about the lack of competent staff around the hospital. I'll do it, don't worry. I'd take new students to show around any day over an angry parent. Do they already have their schedules? She asked him. No, you'll have to see with them which classes they want to take and if there's still room there. Arrange everything with them. All right, I've got it. Go deal with your angry parents. She smiled. Right, thanks Bella. I don't say if enough, but we're glad to have you here. He shook his head and motioned for her to follow him. He showed her the 5 students who were patiently waiting in front of his office, pretending they hadn't heard everything. This is Miss Swan, our guidance counselor. She's going to help you register into your classes, show you the school and everything you'll need. If you have a question, she'll answer it, and if you have a problem, she'll help you find a solution. Have a good day, he told the Cullens before he went to the entrance of the school to wait for his appointment. Follow me please, my office is that way. She told them. Yes Miss Swan, Emmett replied, looking amused while Edward rolled his eyes. The 5 of them followed her to her office in silence, which was a short way. I guess we can skip the introductions and jump right to your classes. We all can. Now that the usual procedure of taking you in my office one by one won't work, so why don't you all come in and we'll see which classes you can sign up for. Bella told them as soon as they were inside her office. It was a bit small, especially with the 5 of them inside, but they all pretended it was fine, and since it didn't bother them, it wouldn't bother her either. Sure thing Miss Swan. Emmett told her with a big smile. You're enjoying this way too much. Rosalie rolled her eyes. When it's only us, you can go ahead and call me Bella. Scott's pact is it too. She informed them. Anything you want, Miss Swan. Emmett added, making them chuckle. Or I can give you a supernatural spanking as punishment for annoying me. Bella replied, looking at Emmett only, with mischief in her eyes. Can you even do it? He asked her with a smirk that quickly disappeared when he saw the determination in her eyes. I don't know, can I? She asked back while Alice chuckled and Edward smirked, making Emmett gulp. Believing that maybe they had seen something humiliating for him. It didn't even cross his mind that Alice couldn't see anything when it came to Bella. You were right, Emmett, this new Bella is fun. Jasper commented, making them all chuckle. After that, they quickly sorted the classes they'd taken. She gave them the usual tour of the school. She also showed them where their lockers were, and by then, the bell rang and it was time to head to second period. One by one, she took them to their class, explained things to the teacher and, since a member of Scott's pack was in each of their classes, she managed to ask them to watch out for the Cullens during the first few days. At the end, when it was just her with Alice and Edward, she could feel that her ex-boyfriend wanted to speak with her. That he longed to be alone with her for a quiet conversation, but she didn't care. He had to move on. It would be easier if he saw her not as his ex-girlfriend but as an adult who had moved on. Carlisle told her the day before that he understood, so Bella didn't see the point of them speaking alone. She was afraid it would confuse him and she was determined to avoid this talk, which promised to be awkward. For a second, as he regretfully followed Alice in their class, she wondered if, maybe, the reason he longed to be alone with her was to apologize for what he had put her through. Well, if that was what he wanted, he'd find a way to do it, but she wasn't going to make it any easier for him. She didn't owe him anything, not anymore. Emmett was in Scott's and Styles' class with Jasper. Rosalie was with Lydia and Malia, and Alice and Edward were with Liam, which was a good thing. They'd be able to help each other, at least during this first class. She had made sure that they AYS have someone supernatural with them throughout the day. The rest of the day went fine and Bella was able to see the students she had initially planned to see without being interrupted by a supernatural issue, and, by the end of the day, she was rather happy with the way things had gone. She had even found time to text back and forth with Derek, which she always enjoyed doing during the day. She also found time to work on her online classes, which was something she had talked to the principal about when he hired her, and he had agreed that she could take some time during the day to work on her other classes. During her lunch break, she heard that the coach had tried to recruit Emmett and Jasper for the lacrosse team, but, considering the fact that they weren't used to controlling their strength when doing sports, they had refused. She decided to look into her contacts to see if she had a way to temporarily cancel their vampire abilities for a few hours a day. Maybe they'd like the opportunity to join a sports team for once. I heard that someone broke the coach's heart this morning. Almost made him cry in despair. Bella commented when Emmett walked past her office on his way to his next class. Yeah, he looked truly disappointed when we told him that we had a medical condition that prevented us from playing any kind of sport, but he looks like a fun guy. I think we'll be watching the practice often. Emmett replied with a smirk. He is a pretty fun guy, and a good man who hasn't had it easy so far. Bella replied quietly, knowing Emmett had heard her. The next few months passed nicely and quietly. The pack was doing fine and the Cullens had managed to form strong friendships in town, and not only in the supernatural circle that was Scott's pack but among the humans too. Carlisle and Esme were now close to Melissa McCall and Chris Argent, while the other members of their family were close to the pack members. Carlisle had spent a lot of time with Dr. Deeton. Carlisle learned about the supernatural species and how to help them, and in return he helped the veterinarian to be even better. They developed a good friendship and traded tales of their most interesting cases. The vampire doctor had to admit that he had a lot of respect for Melissa McCall. The woman was a normal human, and a single mother, and she basically ran the hospital when she was there. She knew what needed to be done. Who was present, who was late. She knew which patient needed help from whom. When she wasn't at the hospital, he could definitely tell, because it was chaos. Malia sometimes joined the Cullen family members on their hunts. Their venom didn't affect her, so she could eat the they hunted. They only needed the blood after all, and she loved deer. This way, once they were done with it, she ate her favorite parts of the animal. Japser had developed an easy friendship with Deputy Parrish, and Emmett loved to spar with Scott. Edward found things to do with each of them. When Kira had asked him if he could teach her how to play the piano, he had jumped at the opportunity to make friends and agreed to help her. Lydia loved to go shopping with Alice and, sometimes, Malia would let them take her with them. Rosalie occasionally joined them, but she found more interest in restoring Styles' Jeep. Styles had been surprised at first when she offered, he had even been doubtful. She had been on her way home late at night after hunting deer when she found him on the side of the road, putting duct tape on the engine with a flashlight stuck in his mouth. The look of pure horror she gave him had surprised him. He thought she'd be a typical blonde. Instead, she helped him fix it temporarily and asked him to come by her house with it. When he arrived, she allowed him to watch as she pulled it apart completely. Cleaned each part, wrote down what needed to be replaced and bought, and ordered the missing parts online with express shipping. Styles had protested, telling her that he couldn't afford it. But she brushed it off. Fixing cars was a hobby to her, she'd pay for the parts, as long as he allowed her to fix the car. In the meantime, she let him borrow one of her other cars. Which he was all too willing to do considering the kind of cars she owned. That arrangement had worked fine, and soon, the Jeep was as good as new and Styles had a newfound respect for Rosalie. The blonde beauty who was giving him regular mechanic lessons, just in case his Jeep ran into any more troubles later, though with the way she had fixed it, it would run fine for the next few years. He still kept a roll of duct tape in the car, but it was more a keepsake than anything else. He didn't need it anymore. One day, Bella was asked to take over the coach's class for the day because he was sick. He had left her pop quizzes for all of his classes, so she didn't have much to do. At the moment, she had a class with Scott, Styles, Emmett and Edward in it. Of course, Styles always found things to discuss, even when he was supposed to listen in class or take a test. Styles, whatever you're trying to tell Scott can wait. If I have to ask you to stop talking one more time, I'm going to do it by using your full name. Don't think I won't do it. Bella warned the teenager. You wouldn't do that, Styles exclaimed, horror on his face. Oh, I think I will. Bella started to say before Styles cut her off. All right, I'll be quiet, he spoke quickly, making her smile. She saw Edward quickly whispering something to Emmett. A human wouldn't have seen it, but she definitely did. He decided to have some fun and to call him on it. Edward, you've just heard me tell Styles that speaking during a test isn't allowed. Whatever you have to tell your brother can wait. One more word and the two of you will get detention, she declared, a serious look on her face and the thrill of mischief in her heart. Emmett seemed to understand that she was teasing them and their spotless records, and he decided to play with her a bit. After all, it was a nice change from being quiet and good students all the time. What are you going to do? Give us detention? Write a note to our parents? Met asked, and while most students concentrated on their test or watched curiously, she could tell that Scott and Styles knew that the Cullens were just having fun. Exactly. The two of you can stay at FTER school for detention and I'll warn your parents. Bella replied, doing what she said and giving them detention. As soon as the class was over, she saw Alice and Jasper laughing their asses off in front of the room. They had heard everything and wanted to make sure Bella's note would get to Carlisle and Esme. You wanted to feel human, right? Here is a human note about you speaking in class to give your father. Bella smiled as she gave them the small note. Yes, Miss Swan, Emmett replied. Oh, it's going to be lots of fun tonight, Bella. It ruined everything I had planned, but it's even better. The look on Carlisle's face when he'll see the note. Priceless. Alice chuckled. Now all of you head off to class before you get into any more trouble. Don't think I won't ruin that almost perfect records you have. Bella shook her head. It was a pretty quiet and peaceful Sunday. Everyone was hanging out at the Cullens enjoying the large TV and the food Esme and Bella had cooked. You know, you guys should all be grateful that I'm not a dark druid, because if I decided to become a Durok, a lot of sacrifices could be found in this room. Bella declared out of nowhere, bringing all eyes on her. Really, who would you sacrifice? Derek asked her with a soft smile. Well, for starters, virgins. Edward is a 100-years-old virgin. Easy sacrifice. Jasper could be sacrificed with the warriors, Carlisle with the healers. Esme would be perfect for the guardian's sacrifice, and both Rosalie and Alice would be perfect scholars. Emmett could be sacrificed as a warrior as well, or a scholar. Bella explained, making the Cullens frown. How would you give the 3 full death to vampires? Styles asked curiously. Oh, I can most definitely do it. And since they're older than humans, they could count for more than one sacrifice. Bella replied. But you're not a Durok, you're a good, nice, gentle, Bella. Emmett reminded her, speaking like he was trying to soothe a feral cat. Don't worry, Emmett, I was just thinking about things, I'm not considering sacrificing any of you guys. She chuckled. Good, Edward replied with a playful glare. Hey, if you don't want to be sacrificed with the virgins, just have some sex. Brother, Jasper declared, it wouldn't help, I would be able to sacrifice him with the healers or the scholars still. Bella added before Edward could reply. Rosalie could also be sacrificed with the healers, she's been a nurse a few times. Carlisle said, making everyone smile. Can we talk of something other than sacrificing people? Liam suggested. We can try and find someone for Eddie. Emmett suggested. Don't call me like that. Edward glared. How about that girl in econ with us? She seems to like you. Scott suggested. They all like him, you should hear what they say in the girls' bathroom. Kira nodded. The problem is that I hear what they all think, it tends to make it weird. Edward frowned. Well, you truly have a lot of choice. Anyone you want, really. Lydia replied, making a mental list of girls she knew that would fit with Edward. Maybe someone supernatural, Bella suggested. They spent the rest of the day teasing each other and talking about many different things. Just being at peace together. At some point, Scott had to leave because he was working at the animal clinic and Carlisle left soon after to work at the hospital. Thank you, Bella, Esme told the young woman as they both stood in the kitchen. For what? Bella asked her. For this. Those happy moments. I can have a full house, with friends, kids, people we don't have to hide from. People we can trust and count on. Ever since you allowed us back in your life, I don't think you know how happy we are here. Esme told Bella, who blushed. You're most welcome. You fit well here, and those kids out there. They're all happy to be here as well. Bella smiled before they hugged and joined the group once more. Shortly after Christmas, Malia's mother came in town to try and kill her daughter and get her powers from her. Unfortunately for the Desert Wolf, Malia was with Lydia, Allison, Rosalie at the time, and the fight was a quick one. Malia's mother was now dead, having resisted too much to be taken alive, and Malia was now free, knowing that she didn't have to be afraid anymore and that the death of her adoptive mother and sister had been avenged. Her evil father was dead thanks to the Mexican hunters, her evil mother was dead, and she was free to become her own person, a good person. Derek and Cora were the only blood family she had left, and she was fine with this. Though technically his cousin, Derek acted more like a protective and loving uncle, which Malia welcomed. She had told the complete truth to her adoptive father, but the man had decided that he'd rather ignore it all and pretend he didn't know anything. As long as she was fine, safe and happy, he didn't want to know the specifics. They were now a couple of months away from senior graduation, and Bella had a bad feeling, one that was only reinforced when Lydia told her that she had a bad feeling as well, but that she couldn't quite put her finger on it yet. Whatever it is, Alice can't see it. She can definitely see something coming, she can see that it's bad, that we're scared and are going to have to fight, but she can't see what is it, when it'll come, or if Evrion will survive it, Bella explained to Derek as they laid in each other's arms that night. It might already be here if all three of you have such a strong feeling about it. Derek told her. That's what's so scary. If it's here, none of us can see it, or know what it is. Bella told him. Lydia will find out eventually. She's been well trained by you, and with all the journals you gave her, she knows very well how to use her powers. I'm sure she'll figure out what's going on or what's coming soon enough. Derek assured her. I hope you're right. She smiled. A week later, Lydia asked Evrion to meet because she had something important to say. Since the Cullens had the biggest house, they all met there. I know what's coming, and it's not good. Allison and I even took a little road trip to go to a town where it's happened in the past. If we let it happen, I'll be the last one left in town, everyone else will be taken, Lydia told them, looking extremely afraid. Taken? By whom? Carlisle asked her worriedly. The Ghost Riders, the Wild Hunt. She replied. I've heard of them, an old banshee I met after I left town, right after my graduation, told me about them, among other things. They take people and there's nothing left of them. They're completely forgotten. Sometimes they leave an object behind, something powerful, that can help people remember them, but they can't be stopped, or at least that's what they say. They'll take everyone to ride on their train forever. The hunt can't be stopped. They also have several extremely dangerous supernatural beings on their trains, beings that absolutely cannot be freed or we'd be doomed. Stopping the train would be risking freeing those beings. I've heard even of an Anakite, it spreads fear and can even change people into stones. Bella told them before she launched into a longer speech, explaining what she knew of the riders, the hunt and everything else. Stone, Edward asked her, disbelieving. Yes, let's just say that no. All the statues that you see have actually been made, my man. Some of them, even in museum, are people that were turned into stone by an Anakite. In antique Greece, one was pretty powerful until he was somehow stopped. A lot of statues we have in museums that come from Greece are actually people turned to stone by an Anakite. Bella added, I refuse to believe that they can't be stopped without freeing those evil beings. There is a way and we'll find it. That's what we do. We don't give up and we stop the unstoppable. Scott declared forcefully, showing his true alpha spirit. How? Liam asked. Doesn't sound like the kind of things that can be stopped, Ethan commented. I might be able to help there. When I stayed with the Volturi, I heard a tale of a vampire whose powers tripled because he had drunk blood from someone who called himself a ghost rider. The way he described him and what this banshee told you fits. He had killed him because our venom is fatal to them. Carlisle explained. So all we need to do is drain them. Emmett smiled. We need to find them first and it could be the hardest part. Plus, if we kill them, it stops the train and frees creatures that shouldn't be freed. But we could look for them. Threaten them to kill them if they don't leave our town alone, maybe even reroute the train. Bella frowned. It won't be easy but together, with our joined abilities, I'm sure we can do it. We've proven before that we're a powerful pack. We can do anything, Scott assured them. Carlisle, do you think you could contact this vampire? Bella asked him. Sadly no, he was killed by the Volturi a while back. He tried to overthrow them. His enlarged power went to his head and he didn't know that it was temporary. They killed him for his arrogance. He replied, Ink we should call all the allies we can for help. I'll contact Deucalion, see if he'll help us for this. Scott suggested. Maybe the hunters will even help. I mean, they protect humans and humans are in danger too here, right? Isaac suggested, making Allison nod. I'll see with Dad if we can call other hunters to help us, or at least see if they have record of ever facing something similar in the past. Allison offered before Isaac and her turned toward the door to leave, to talk to her father. It's going to have to wait, he's on a date tonight. Carlisle commented. A date? Allison asked, surprised. You don't know, Carlisle asked her, fearing he had revealed something he wasn't supposed to reveal. That's funny, Scott's mom has a date too. We saw her getting ready for it when we stopped by his house to drop our bags after practice. She looked very pretty, Liam commented. Yes, she was very pretty, seemed like an important date. Isaac added, can't link the two, Edward smirked. My dad and his mom. Allison exclaimed, my mom and her dad. Scott exclaimed at the same time as his ex-girlfriend. Well, I guess it's a good thing the two of you broke up, looks like you could become siblings soon. Styles commented, making Rosalie smile in amusement. Do you have something against my dad? Allison asked Scott, an eyebrow lifted. No, do you have something against my mom? Scott asked her in the same way. Your father left your mother a long time ago, my mother died not that long ago. He can't be ready to move on yet. Allison replied, maybe you're the one who's not ready. Isaac commented before shutting up at the look she gave him. They've been seeing each other for a while, we've double dated with them a few times. I thought you knew, I didn't know they were keeping it quiet. Carlisle told them, making them relax a bit. Anyway, he's definitely a step up from her last date, right Scott? Bella commented, you mean the one with Peter Hale? Definitely a step up, Scott nodded. I remember that day, I had to crash my car into theirs to distract them. Styles remembered, Melissa deserves some off time. I mean, you should see her at the hospital, she basically runs it. When she's not here, it's chaos. I know they're planning on giving her a raise and the official responsibilities she has taken on. Carlisle declared, obviously impressed by the woman that was Melissa McCall. She did tell me that she recently got a raise. Scott nodded. Soon, Bella and Lydia started planning a way to try and find the location of the hunt and half an hour later, they all separated ways. Ready to try and fight for not only their lives but those of the entire town. Bella's plan was to either find a way to detour the hunt or to stop it completely forever, but she knew that the first option was the easiest one, also the safest one because inside the hunt were several ancient and very dangerous creatures, like the Anakite, that they couldn't risk ever letting out. Plus, they might eventually need it to keep another dangerous enemy eventually. Small time jump, sorry but I have no inspiration right now to describe that part of the story. No fighting, just research, negotiation and a little magic. It took them a little over a month to protect their town from the hunt and to prevent the riders from taking the people that lived there. They managed to bring back the few people that had been taken and, surprisingly enough, nobody got hurt in the process. The Cullens had been ready to drink from the riders if necessary, but it hadn't been needed. They even managed to give the riders an old Nazi alpha who was planning on taking over the hunt. He was now nothing more than another rider, slave to the hunt and unable to take over the supernatural world like he had wanted. It hadn't been easy, but with all the talents and knowledge that they had around them, their pack was strong enough to do it safely. What now? Styles asked as they were all assembled in the Cullens' home, around pizzas. Now we'll have a while of quiet. You'll all be able to finish high school, graduate and go to college. I don't feel another big crisis coming before a long time. Bella replied with a smile from her position in Derek's arms. You made sure to say big crisis. Will there be small trouble then? Edward asked her, curious. Probably, but the few of us who stay around will be able to handle it easily. And if the ones away to college are needed, we'll call. Bella smiled. Did you see the future or something? Malia asked her. Not really, but I have a good feeling. Styles will come back as an FBI agent like he's planning. Scott will come back to work with Deepening and, eventually, take over the animal clinic. Lydia will teach at the school and, one day, be the principal. Everything will go as planned. Bella smiled. What about you? Rosalie asked Bella with a smile. I'll keep on doing what I do. Work at the high school and help the supernatural. This summer Derek and I are planning to visit Charlie and my mom. Life goes on, for everyone. I'm planning on staying at the high school for as long as I can. I'll get my degree in psychology soon as well. And I'll be able to help people even more, but I'm planning on always staying at the high school. Bella replied peacefully. Sounds like a nice future. Esme nodded. Sure does. Emmett nodded. Well, for our parts, Esme and I are planning on staying in town for a while. I'll keep on working at the hospital for as long as I can without people getting suspicious. Carlisle informed them. It's Beacon Hills. You'll be able to stay a while. Even if they notice that you're not growing older, you're a great doctor and we're always short on doctors around here. They won't say anything, Melissa declared. True, he chuckled. You might be able to stay a lifetime. I'm working on something. Right now it can only age you a little bit and temporarily. It's rare and can't be done too often, but I'm working on something that could last longer. Bella warned them, making the vampire family smile. Well, if everything is going to be calm, maybe you'll finally have time to watch Star Wars, Scott. Styles declared, making them chuckle. Right, Star Wars. Scott frowned. It's not that bad, some people even love it. Bella told him, maybe we can make a pack night out of it, I haven't seen it either. Malia suggested. Me neither. Liam nodded. I've seen it but I'd love to see it again. Kira nodded. Night, it will take much longer than that. I see a pack weekend at Lydia's lake house in our future. Styles exclaimed with a large smile. Could be fun. Lydia nodded. Only if you boys cook too. Allison added. Don't worry, if you do this, I'll cook whatever you'll need in advance. Trust me, you don't want Scott to cook anything you'll eat. Bella replied. Hey, Scott protested, making everyone laugh. I have to agree. As a true alpha, you might have a lot of great abilities, but cooking isn't one of them. Isaac agreed, making Scott frown. The mac and cheese he made last week for me was great. Kira defended the alpha. Actually, Bella made that, I only reheated it. Scott admitted, making everyone chuckle. After graduation, Bella and Derek packed their bags and drove to Forks. It was important to Derek, because he wanted to ask Charlie for permission to marry Bella and they NLY had the summer since Bella had to be back at the high school for the first day of school. She loved her job there and he loved making her happy, even though he had plenty of money for the two of him to live happily ever after without working. Before they left, they welcomed Cora home. She moved in one of the empty apartments so she could have her independence but still be close to her broth. And she would spend the summer getting to know her cousin Malia and having fun with Scott's pack before most of them went to college. She had been accepted easily enough and was a member of their pack now, which made her happy. Being a member of the True Alpha's pack made her proud, even though she had to admit that she'd like to be in a Hale pack, with her brother as the Alpha, too. The happy couple took their time driving there, stopping on the way, either because Bella wanted to see some museum or monument or because they had someone to meet or help on the way. When they finally arrived, Charlie was happy to welcome them. He took them to the reservation where his best friend, Billy, had prepared a cookout to welcome them. "You're different now, Bella. I haven't seen you in a long time, but I can see it," Billy told her as Derek was speaking with her father and his other friends. "I figured you'd feel it. You might not shift, but even with the wolf in you dormant, you can feel what I am. I'm a druid, you know. Like old times. I use what people commonly call magic. I'm connected to nature and do my best to maintain the balance, though I don't mind helping tip it on the good side once in a while. Derek is a werewolf. A real one, not a shapeshifter like most of the people here." Bella replied with a serene smile, as though they had had this conversation 1,000 times before. Like it was completely normal to speak about this for them. "And you know what we are?" He frowned. "Jacob told me the story a long time ago. It helped me find out what the Cullens were." He didn't. Ely believed these stories to be true when he told them to me. "When I came to my powers, everything became clear. Then, after my graduation, I traveled and met a lot of people, from different supernatural species and learned a lot. I know that here you shift into wolves, but I've heard of a tribe in Brazil who shift into super large jaguars. You have no idea how wide the supernatural world is. Jaguar shifter and we're jaguars. Giant wolves and werewolves, druids, like me and Durak, dark druids, Kanima, Werekoyot, Kitsune. If you've read it in ancient mythology, there's a chance it exists somewhere. There was a time period where most of the ancient creatures were hunted down, so if they still exist, they're rare, but there's a chance they still exist somewhere, trying to lead normal lives." Bella explained. "What does Charlie know?" Billy asked, curious. "Nothing of the supernatural, as far as I know. I never told him anything. All he knows is that going to live in Beacon Hills with my aunt was the best thing that's ever happened to me, even if he doesn't know why that is. That's where I met a druid. Though he didn't use his powers anymore, he helped me learn what I needed and gave me names and addresses to learn more. Turns out I'm a natural at this. Some even say that I'm the strongest druid alive, others say the strongest in the past century. I was strong enough to kill on Y the maid of the vampire who had sent me to the hospital back in Phoenix, and I was just discovering my powers back then, so imagine what I'd be capable of doing now." She told him. "That's something. Are you happy?" "Yes, Billy, I'm happier than I've ever been. Especially now that I have Derek. He's perfect for me. We complete each other. He didn't have it easy, you know. One of his ex was a hunter and she burned his family's house, with most of his family inside. His uncle was in a coma for years, then he was catatonic and only woke up to go on a vengeful killing spree. His oldest sister became alpha after his mother died in the fire but ended up being killed. It's just him and his younger sister now. But he managed to remain good and kind. I love him." Bella nodded. "I always kind of hoped you'd end up with Jacob. I think even he hoped it, even though he barely ever saw you. Through the years, the few times he dated, I could see that anyway. It doesn't matter. You're happy, he'll just have to live with it. One would have to be blind not to see that you're happy, complete." Billy started to say before he brushed it off with a smile. "I'm not all-knowing or anything, Billy, but I can tell you one thing. Jacob will imprint eventually. I don't know on whom, or where he will meet her, but he definitely will, and in less than 3 years." Bella told her father's best friend. "Thank you, Bella, I'll tell him that. It'll give him hope. Anyway, one of the wolves overheard you and your boyfriend speaking of the Cullens. Are they causing you trouble?" Billy asked her, concerned. "No, not at all. To make a long story short, Alice saw something that made her think that I was in trouble, so Edward, wanting to convince his family that I needed help, told them how he had left me ill. Then he had told them that I was the one who had broken up with him, demanding that I never saw his family again. Anyway, with my powers, Alice couldn't see much and I definitely wasn't in danger. There was something going around town, a dead pool filled with the supernatural beings of Beacon Hills, and they were on it, so I went to find them. They explained themselves and offered to help us. We had a lot of injured and weakened Buddhist werewolves to protect, so we accepted. After that, I allowed them to stay and now we're friends. They fit pretty well in Beacon Hills." Carlisle was more welcome at the hospital because a few months before they arrived, a dark druid had killed 3 doctors in a ritual. "I know that you don't like them much, but they're good people," Bella replied, keeping a peaceful smile on her face. "As long as they remain peaceful," Billy frowned. "Don't worry, they are. They help protect the town, which is a good thing because it's a real beacon for the supernatural because of the Neemton. I think they'll be able to stay there a long time without anyone suspecting them." And once Carlisle can't work at the hospital, he'll be able to work at Icon House, a mental asylum that also serves as a supernatural prison. Bella replied. If Charlie comes and visit you, he'll see them, then? Billy asked. Yes, he will, but a temporary spell will allow them to look older. So far it doesn't last long and can't be done too often, but I'm actually looking for the right ingredients to make it into something more permanent, but it's not easy. Don't worry, he'll either come up with his own explanation or I'll tell him just enough to help him accept it. No matter what, he will be safe. Did I mention that my cousin was a true alpha? Usually, you either steal or inherit the title. Scott became an alpha on his own, by strength of character. I assure you, it's more than safe to visit. Bella assured him. Well, maybe I'll come and see it with Charlie next time he comes, see what it's really like. Now, why don't you help me roll back to your father, see if he's been telling embarrassing stories to your boyfriend? Billy joked. Oh, he's too late for that, I've already told him all the embarrassing stories during the first dates, to see if he really was serious about us. I doubt Dad can tell him anything that would make him run away now. The ones I didn't tell him, he heard from my cousin and his best friend before he even met me. Scott and Styles wanted us to get together before we even met, and he probably knew more about me than most of my friends do by the time we met. She replied with an amused smile. Billy, I want you to know, if anything happened that you and the pack feel like you need help, don't hesitate to call me. I'll do whatever I can to help. Bella offered before they each Charlie and Derek. Thank you, it's kind of you to offer. He smiled. The day after the welcome home party at Billy's, Derek and Charlie went fishing while Bella relaxed a bit and, let's be honest, used the time to clean her father's house and cook him a few meals she'd put in the freezer to be sure he had something healthy and easy to reheat to eat later. So, I didn't think you were really the fishing type. Why did you want to be alone with me? Charlie told Derek, breaking the ice. You're right, I did go fishing with my grandfather a couple of times when I was a kid. But it was a long time ago, feels like a lifetime ago now. There's something important I want to ask you. Derek nodded. I was hoping this kind of conversation would never come. But I guess Bella grew up and isn't a baby anymore. Charlie cited. I really love Bella, Charlie. I've never felt this way before and I want to do things right. I won't propose to her until you and her mother have given me your blessing. Derek said before he added. I guess I said it before I could ask you. Charlie, I'd really like for you to give me your permission to marry your daughter. Truthfully, as soon as Bella told me about meeting you, I tried to find something bad to hold against you. I talked to Scott, Melissa, even Rafe and Sheriff Stilinski. Nothing bad came up. The record why you have was because your twisted uncle set you up. You have a temper, but only when the ones you love or hurt are in danger. Nothing I can fault you for. I guess I can give you my blessing. Charlie cited. Thank you, Charlie, really. I promise to take very good care of her. The werewolf exclaimed happily. You're welcome, but don't rejoice too fast. You said that you wanted both of her parents' blessing. Mine was easy to get. I actually believe in marriage and in long-lasting love. Renee's blessing might be harder to get. Though I can promise to put in a good word for you, his future father-in-law told him. I appreciate it. Now, am I doing this fishing thing right? It's been a really long time and I don't even remember ever catching anything with Grandpa. We always ended up going to some store and bringing fish from there. Derek asked before they both went back to fishing. Derek actually had a good time and he could already imagine himself with a son or two, visiting Charlie and going fishing all men, with the kids. He really hoped that Bella wanted a big family, that he'd be able to convince her to have a lot of children or at least 2 of each. Bella and Derek stayed a couple of weeks in Forks, hanging out with the wolves from the reservation quite often during this time, before they made their way to Florida to spend another 2 weeks with Bella's mother, still by driving. Crossing the country in a fun road trip where they'd stop once in a while to help someone or meet someone, or even collect rare and powerful herbs that Bella could eventually need someday and that they would store in the Hale vault. Bella and Derek had grown quite close to Sam and Emily and they had already invited them or a visit as soon as they wanted to come. They'd stay in touch and Derek knew that they'd be invited to the wedding, if Bella agreed. Renee had easily given Derek her blessing, having been warned in advance by Charlie. She had called her sister to know more about Derek and how he was with Bella, and so all Derek had to do was find the right way to propose. He found the perfect occasion on their way back to Beacon Hills. They hadn't stayed as long in Florida. Bella wasn't as close to her mother as she used to be and she realized that it was now easier for her to hang out around Charlie. Sometimes she wondered if her druid powers came from her mother's side of the family or her father's. If it had come from her mother's side, then surely either her mother, Melissa or Scott would have had abilities, so it probably came from Charlie. Unfortunately, she didn't have any more family on her father's side. So she couldn't check, but she had heard often from her father that his mother loved taking long walks in the woods and that she grew weird plants in her garden. It's possible that she could have been a druid, maybe not a powerful one or not one who had to fight for her life, but it would explain where her powers came from. James's bite might have multiplied her powers. Bella and Derek usually stayed in a hotel room. After all, Derek could afford it, but once in a while, they spent the night in the woods or in nature, to enjoy the beauty of the scenery. That night, they had decided to spend the night on a hill, surrounded by the woods. It was a clearing filled with flowers of different kind and whose fragrance mixed in many different ways depending on the wind and the spot you stood in. Isolated and absolutely beautiful, they could see the stars and the weather was definitely warm enough for them to sleep outside, the sky clear enough for them to see the stars. Derek had planned a nice meal and surprised Bella with everything. She believed it was a simple romantic night and had no idea that it was actually a marriage proposal until after dessert. When he kneeled in front of her and he offered her his grandmother's ring. Bella had never been one to believe in marriage, or to even dream of getting married someday. Probably because of the way her parents divorced when she was just a baby, maybe because it influenced her in some way. Even her Aunt Melissa had divorced her husband, so she had never really been witness to long-lasting wedding life. She had never imagined herself walking down the aisle in a big and beautiful white dress with everyone's eyes stuck on her and in awe of her beauty, but the moment Derek asked her if she wanted to be his wife, she couldn't remember why she had been so against it in the past. She wanted to say yes. There was no other answer possible for her. She wanted to become his wife. Of course I do, she smiled, having trouble speaking with the emotion. Bella Hale or Bella Swan Hale? He asked her after they had kissed a few times. I don't know, I think I kind of like both of them together. She replied. Me too, he nodded before he added. I think I'd like our children to have both of our names as well. Our children, do you know something I don't? How many do we have? Did we forget them in the last gas station? She chuckled. I mean our future children. You do want them, right? Of course I do, especially with you. And yes, I think it'll be nice for them to have both names. Bella nodded. She wondered if their children will be werewolves or druids. Would they be a mixture of both or only one? She was curious but not worried, it didn't matter. They'd be loved, accepted and happy. Eventually they reached their home where a big party was waiting for them. Alice had organized it to celebrate their engagement as soon as she had been told the news, and she begged them to be allowed to organize the ceremony. Bella and Derek agreed, of course, it would be one less thing to worry about. So, when do you want to get married? This is a lot harder since I don't see you well anymore, Bella. Alice asked her friend. It will be a challenge. Jasper smirked. It'll be nice to see you be not all-knowing for once. Emmett added, making everyone else smile as well. You'll have to be normal, what a pain. Edward sighed, joining in on the mocking of his sister. Next summer, this way everyone can be here and it won't interfere with anyone's classes. Bella replied. Any demands about the wedding? Esme asked. Only that Derek be the husband. Bella replied, making everyone chuckle. What about the dress? Do you know the kind you want? Rosalie asked. No idea, I've never really imagined myself in this situation before. I guess we'll have to go shopping and try a few different dresses on, see which style I like most. Bella replied, knowing it would make Alice happy. What about best man and maid of honor? Alice asked, taking notes. I just asked Scott to be my best man and he agreed. Derek replied, and the maid of honor will be Derek's sister Cora. Bella added, then as groomsmen we'll have Isaac and Styles. Derek declared, and the other bridesmaids will be Lydia and yourself, Alice. Bella explained, having discussed this with Derek on the way back home. I already have tons of ideas for our dresses. Alice exclaimed happily. Billy and Jacob will be coming to the wedding. I might end up inviting more wolves from the reservation like the Clearwaters, Sam and Emily, Bella informed her. And you also wanted Araya and a couple of Calaveras to be invited. Derek reminded her. Sotomi's packed too, and I have here for you a list of friends I've made over the years. They're supernatural and I want them invited. Bella said as she handed Alice a folded piece of paper. Why is my name here? Edward asked curiously as he glanced over Alice's shoulder to look at the list. Which was longer than he expected. Bella was glad that they were able to be friends, that he had been able to move past his feelings for her, despite his insistence that he was frozen he couldn't change. They were friends now, just like she was with Jasper, Carlisle or Emmett. She was also glad that she had been able to move past her own anger towards them. They had all grown and she felt that they had always meant to be like they were now. Friends. Oh, I'm not actually sure. I've already warned him about the wedding and he'll come with his sister. I had a feeling after he told E that his sister would be coming with him. She's supernatural too and I'm not sure, but you need to meet her. I think she might be your soulmate, but I can't promise anything, so don't get your hopes up too much. She's just 15 now, will be 16 by the time the wedding happens. They live in a small town near New York. Bella informed her soulmate. Edward asked her with hope in his voice. I'm not sure, but what I know about her and the kind of supernatural she is, you'll be just what she needs and you'll be perfect for her. Worst things worst, you'll just become lifelong friends. Bella replied. Magical warning? Jasper asked her. Yes, it's not always exact. I'll tell you more about this later. I just wrote this so that Alice can place you next to each other when she does the sitting chart. Like I said, at the very least she'll end up being your best friend, but she'll definitely be in your life for a very long time. The bride to be declared. They spoke a while longer of what they wanted for the ceremony and after that, Bella told Alice that they'd have plenty of time to talk about it later, that it was time to celebrate and have fun. Plus, she really wanted to spend some time with Cora. Get to know her future sister-in-law. She even managed to convince Alice to wait until next month to start worrying about shopping for the perfect dresses. Eventually, summer ended and everyone parted ways. Going to college for most of them, or staying in Beacon Hills to finish high school for the others. Of course, none of them went far. They were all within driving distance and Bella knew that if anything happened, Scott and his pack would assemble once more, though she doubted it would be necessary. They had already made a reputation for themselves in the supernatural world. And those who didn't fear the true Alpha's powerful pack at least respected them. The only problem could have come from Gerard Argent, but Chris and Allison had taken care of him. The geriatric psychopath was now locked up in Icon House. They had tried to give him a chance over the summer, but Gerard had tried to kill Melissa McCall. His goal had been to hurt Scott, who had prevented him from becoming a powerful alpha werewolf. But also punish his son, who, he felt, had betrayed their family and hadn't tried to cure him. Bella went back to work and easily found the time to organize her wedding with Alice and her friends. She also managed to spend time with Cora, who seemed to like having her around. The year flew by quickly and, when it was finally time for the wedding, Bella felt ready. Luckily, Derek had plenty of room for the guests, along with the Cullens and some members of her pack who had offered to welcome some guests for a few nights. Nervous, Renee asked her daughter as Hale made their way to the room where Alice and Rosalie waited so they could help Bella get ready. Not really, I expected to be nervous, but I'm not. Bella smiled. You're sure he's the one? Renee asked. Absolutely. She nodded. Good. The mother nodded. Charlie should arrive shortly before the ceremony starts. He, Jacob and Billy were sleeping at the Stilinskys. Bella commented. Melissa told me. Apparently, Scott is already there with his friends, organizing everything. Renee added just as they arrived. Renee was amazed at the amazing group of friends her daughter had assembled around her. Yes, I know that Alice has given them all very strict to-do lists. Bella chuckled. Bella rushed to the room Esme indicated and, while Esme and Renee made sure to check over a few last-minute details, Bella was entrusted into Alice and Rosalie's magical hands to get ready. I expected you to be more nervous. Alice commented. My mother said the same thing. I'm just sure of myself, my choice. CE to be with Derek and confident in our future. Bella smiled. Have you seen Derek's suit? Rosalie asked the bride. No, we applied the same rule as the one for the wedding dress, but Styles assure me that it was a serious one and not something silly, even though he tried to make him choose something funny. Bella chuckled, making the other laugh as well. I've heard that he tried to make him choose a tie with a howling pink wolf on it. Rosalie chuckled. That would have been something. Bella chuckled, eager to be reunited with her beloved wolf. Once Bella was ready, it was time for ceremony to start and her father joined her to walk her to Derek. Of course he was handsome and the ceremony was perfect. Once they exchanged I do,'s and were declared man and wife, they made their way to the party, where everyone had a lot of fun. We're finally married, Bella. I can't believe it. You're my wife now. Derek whispered excitedly in Bella's ear as they shared the first dance. I know. I'm Bella Swan Hale now. I know I've said it before, Bella, but I love you. He added. I love you too, more than anything. She replied before they exchanged a long kiss. They wouldn't go on a long honeymoon. Simply because school would start again soon, but they had planned a long honeymoon during the next summer. Until then, they'd live life as usual, except that now, everyone would know that Bella was with Derek Hale. On their second wedding anniversary, Bella told Derek that she was pregnant. Of course he was happy, and they knew that this child would be the first of many. Seeing Ella about to become a mother opened an old wound in Rosalie, who was now close enough to Bella to confide in her, and so Bella used her powers to help Rosalie find a child. She used magic to guide Allie toward an orphaned supernatural child who needed her, and promised to use the same kind of magic the next year for Esme because she couldn't do it more than once a year. Bella and Derek's first Hild was a girl, and they decided to name her Talia, after Derek's mother, and as a second name they used Derek's older sister's name. Talia Laura Swan Hale. Their girl would end up being a druid, like her mother. Bella got pregnant again a few months after Talia was born, and she gave birth to twin boys. They named them Charles Scott, in honor of Bella's father and cousin for the first one, and Peter Carlisle for the second. At first, Derek had been reluctant to name one of his sons Peter, but as Bella argued, it wasn't only the name of his uncle but also of his grandfather, and their son wasn't named after their father's uncle, but after his grandfather, which was completely different. She had also asked to put Carlisle's name as a middle name, because the Cold One Doctor had grown into of her best friend and had been very present in her life. He had been over-attentive and protective during her pregnancies, and she wanted to honor him this way. Derek had agreed. His sons were both werewolves, and he took them fishing every time they visited Charlie. Rosalie and Emmett ended up being guided to an orphaned 1-year-old girl and her baby brother. Both parents had been massacred by hunters less than 2 hours before they had arrived, but the children had been hidden. They didn't know what the children were at first, but they didn't care. If Bella's magic had guided them to her, then it meant that they were meant to have them, to protect them and guide them. They'd figure things out later. Dr. Deepening, the veterinarian and Druid, helped them find out what the kids were in info. RMED the couple that they were Wendigos, which would make things more difficult, but seeing as they were vampire themselves, they were sure that they'd be able to help them learn control. They'd try to make them live on animals. They could hunt together, and if that didn't work, then Carlisle would be able to help them get dead bodies suitable for them. When Esme and Carlisle used the same magic, a year later, they were guided to a 5-year-old Coyote boy, and they happily took him in. Just like Bella had predicted, everyone came back in town later. Scott came back to work full-time at the animal clinic, and he eventually took over. Stiles was an FBI agent who was mostly stationed in town. Lydia became a doctor and worked at the hospital. Allison and Isaac worked with Chris Argent in his security counseling company. Ethan and Aiden hadn't gone to college but always found jobs, mostly in construction. Kira was the only one who didn't come back. She had broken things with Scott and had left to learn more about herself. Malia had broken up with Stiles as well soon after they started college, after it became obvious that he was still in love with Lydia. Malia had remained close to Scott, and they naturally got together, falling in love and growing closer than they had been to their exes before. A few years later, Scott and Malia would get married, as would Stiles and Lydia. Isaac and Allison never got married, but they were still a couple. Ethan and Aiden remained members of Scott's pack, faithful and always ready to help and willing to clean up their reputations. Things weren't always happy or easy. Sometimes they had to fight in order to protect the town, but they did so happily, because it brought peace around them. The end.